Chapter 1078. Yi Fan passed through layers of temples and entered the interior of Lantua Temple. He arrived in front of a 9-layered pagoda. It was built from stone and each floor was only 1 zhang tall. It couldn't be considered grand. The 9-layered pagoda was engraved with Buddhist allusions. There were all kinds of ancient Buddhas and bodhisattvas. They emitted waves of ripples and Buddhist light as if they were standing in eternity. It didn't reach into the clouds and was only 9 zhang tall. However, it gave people a special feeling as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Buddhist ground trembled. Even though the old monk who rushed over was small and shriveled, he was full of spirit. His eyes flickered like a pair of golden lamps as he attacked again. Yi Fan turned around and 2 beams of blazing light shot out from his eyes. He flipped his hand and with a prung sound, his palm collided with the old monk's. Thump, thump, thump. This old monk was forced back more than 10 steps. His arm was numb and blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. His entire body was almost convulsing. He was naturally astonished. Just how powerful was his physical body to be able to force him back? Who are you? How dare you blaspheme the sacred land of Lantua Temple? A group of monks rushed over and even more experts flew over. They sealed off this place and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the sky, the pure power of will was like an ocean. It emitted a holy radiance and enveloped the entire heaven and earth as if it would fall down at any time. Several hundred old monks released lion roars at the same time. This was the demon subduing divine art. If it was a normal great demon or demon king, they would have already collapsed on the ground and their souls would have collapsed. Yi Fan had the human race's divine body. His divine shell was sturdy and difficult to injure. His flesh was like divine gold and protected the primordial spirit in his body. It was difficult to shake him in the slightest. Under the rumbling Buddhist sounds, he was as still as a boulder and unmoving. His black hair scattered behind him as he faced the many divine monks alone. He calmly asked, "I want to know what mistake Miao Yi has made and why she was suppressed here." The 9-layered pagoda was extraordinary. Even he didn't dare to act rashly. This was definitely a stone pagoda built by the saints of the past. It was extremely difficult to break through. "This is our Buddhist matter and has nothing to do with you," a young monk shouted with lion roars. "She is my friend. Her matters are my matters. No matter what happens, I have to get involved and take responsibility," Yi Fan said. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. Moreover, he used a Tao roar that coincided with the great Tao of heaven and earth to suppress all the Buddhist sounds. "She's the successor of the devil. Now that she's been exposed, we naturally have to suppress her. No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our Buddhist sect," said the skinny old monk who had reached the half-saint realm. "She is a pious person, so how did she become a demon? Because of her respect for Amitabha. Even though she has the lamp of the devil, she is only suppressed in the 9-layered pagoda. She can be released after 100 years, the old monk of the half-saint level said. One Sakyamuni, in these 2,000 years, made Western Desert feel as if they are facing a great enemy. It seems that he is truly unfathomable. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This matter arose because of him, so he naturally had to accept it. He swept his gaze over the monks and said, "If we trace back to the past, I am also a demon, because I was the one who gave her the lamp." "What? You are one of the 10 great disciples of Sakyamuni?" An old monk shouted. That year, Sakyamuni faced the monks of Western Desert alone. He climbed Mount Meru alone and then left calmly. No one could stop him. This made every Buddhist disciple very nervous. "That is not so. I am only an ordinary cultivator who obtained the lamp by chance. It is only a lamp. How can it determine a person's identity? You all have also said that in Miaoyi respects Amitabha. I asked the great masters to release her." Yi Fan said, "Her respect for Amitabha is one thing, cultivating the devil is another. She did it herself. Suppressing her here is already a light punishment." The people of Lantua Temple said, "Everyone, you really cannot bend the rules. It seems like I don't need to say anything more. I can only offend the great holy monks. Yi Fan pressed forward with large strides and arrived in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Amitba! A Buddhist chant rang out. The divine monk of the half-saint level said with a dignified expression, "The Pure Land of Buddhism will not tolerate your atrocious behavior." Yi Fan did not say anything. He smashed his fist towards the stone pagoda. It contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This fist could be said to shock the heaven and earth. The entire stone pagoda swayed together. However, the stone door could not be opened. Strands of holy light seeped out and sealed this place incomparably firmly. The stone pagoda was a sacred weapon. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It rang through the entire temple, as if it could make a devil realize his mistake and return. 108 Arhat Great Formation subduing the devil. A monk shouted. 108 old monks stepped out, all of them sitting in the void, chanting sutras from their mouths. Densely packed symbols appeared, pressuring towards Yi Fan. Even though these were scriptures being chanted, they were as if cast from bright gold, translucent and bright. Every character was as tall as a person, drowning out Yi Fan. Then, Yi Fan brandished his fists, every strike landing on an ancient character, releasing waves of resounding sounds, shattering them one after another. 108 Arhats subduing the devil. This was something that had only happened once in 1,000 years. They borrowed the formation patterns engraved in the temple to activate the great power of heaven and earth, also displaying their own Tao skills to the greatest extent, their aura devouring the sun and moon. In this peaceful land of Buddhism, thunder rumbled, vital energy surged, multicolored light released in endless strands, lightning interweaving. Comparable to an ancient devil king, not even the 108 Arhat Great Formation can subdue you. Yi Fan shouted softly, slashing out 9 times in succession. This was the embryonic form of the demon sovereign 9 slashes. He didn't grasp all of its essentials, only a general understanding, but with the battle saint technique, it still stirred up violent winds, splitting the sky and shattering the sun, powerful to the extreme. Bang, bang. 108 old monks all retreated, many of them bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Buddhist chants rose and fell incessantly, lingering in the ears. So powerful! People were alarmed. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan stood alone, his expression calm, without any trace of embarrassment as he broke through the demon's subduing formation. "Uncle Master, please make your move." The half-saint transmitted his voice, shouting towards the back of the temple. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that the half-saint's Uncle Master was an ancient Buddha? This wasn't good. An azure dragon's name rang out. An old monk with wrinkled skin walked out from the back of the mountain, treading on the void. Luckily, it's a half-saint. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary old monk. Although his skin was wrinkled, it seemed to be cast from gold, emitting golden light. This was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood, only half a step away from becoming a saint. He was a golden Arhat, and his Buddhist name was Wuxia. Benefactor, Buddhism has its own rules, you can't barge in. Moreover, being suppressed in the pagoda might not be a bad thing for her, Golden Arhat Wuxia said. In this world, everything is relative. It's just like you said, this is an internal matter of the Buddhist sect. But to me, it's a matter of life and death for my friend. No matter what, I have to save her. Yi Fan refused to back down. Boom. Wuxia took a step forward, and the entire ancient temple shook. Although his body was withered, it was like a giant was approaching. He slowly stretched out his hand, pressing down. His whole body was golden, and the power of Arhat Buddhahood was fully displayed. Bang! Yi Fan met the attack, and his right fist collided with the old monk's palm and fingers. There was a roar in the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Bang! The old monk retreated a few feet, and his arm trembled. His dim eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of divine light, and he sized him up seriously. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people in the world who could block his physical attack. The old monk was extraordinary, and his body was much stronger and sturdier than it looked. The other monks were shocked. They were very surprised. Wuxia was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood and cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. His physical body was so strong that it was hard to find a few in the world. But now, his physical strength was surpassed by this young black-haired man. This was unbelievable. In this era, Lantua Temple didn't have any saints, but they had two half-saints, especially Wuxia, who cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. In the future, he could become a Buddha, but today he was slightly weaker. How could they not be shocked? I think I know your identity. Other than someone with a physique like yours, no one who isn't a saint can force me back like this, Wuxia said. It's him. Recently, Eastern Wasteland has been in an uproar. Everyone is saying that that person has returned, and it seems like it's true. His martial nephew, who was also a half-saint, muttered to himself. The Battle of Eastern Wasteland, the death of the Heavenly Prince, the annihilation of the 8 divine generals, and the fall of the great sage of Kuan universe shocked the world. The mysterious human expert killing the Heavenly Prince and the victorious fighting Buddha descending Mount Meru were undoubtedly the focus of everyone's discussion. Now, many people were saying that the mysterious person might be the human race's saint physique. It was an uproar, and many people were seeking proof. There were even ancient kings who came out of their sects to search for him. And now, the divine monk of Lantua Temple immediately knew that it was definitely the human race's saint physique. Otherwise, how could he be a match for his Vajra unbreakable body? Some of the other old monks also guessed it, and their expressions all changed. This person even dared to kill the ancient race's heavenly prince, and now, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that he was a fiend who lived up to his name. Could it be that he wanted to overturn Lantua Temple? Benefactor, no matter who you are, if you want to force your way in, I have no choice but to suppress you. Wuxia let out a lion roar. His appearance was dignified as he blocked in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Forgive me for offending you. Yi Fan took large strides forward. Dao markings interweaved under his feet, and after circulating the travel character art, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Wuxia shouted loudly. The sound of Buddha's voice came from the era when the universe was first created, shaking everyone until they trembled. Yi Fan, who was at the center, felt it even more deeply. It was actually the supreme 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism, character art. The 6-syllable mantra had been scattered all over the world for many years, and not a single ancient temple could collect all of them. At most, they only had 1 or 2 mantras. Now, only a few ancient sacred temples were in control. Lantua Temple, Great Thunderclap Temple, Xiankong Temple, and Xinxia Temple were the foundations of Buddhism, and they naturally had the mantras. And this character art was passed down from Mount Meru in recent years. Lantua Temple now had 2 kinds of mantras, and their foundation and strength were both intimidating. Chapter 1079. An expanse of golden ripples could be seen spreading out like a golden meteor descending from beyond the heavens. It struck the boundless ocean and produced great waves that wreaked havoc in the mortal world. This was the swastika heavenly sound. It contained the great compassion and wisdom of the universe. Its power was boundless, and it was unparalleled in slaying demons and subduing devils. What no one expected was that Yi Fan also released a light shout. It was similarly vast and boundless, shaking the primal chaos until it roiled. It was as if he had returned to the primordial era. This heavenly sound pointed straight to the source, shaking one's soul. It was also a golden ripple that quickly extended outwards, colliding with Wuxia's swastika sound. It could be said to be a tit for tat. All of the old monks were shocked, almost mistaking Yi Fan to be the reincarnation of a Buddha. He actually seemed to possess an incomparably pure Buddhist divine ability. What kind of sound technique is this? It's similar to the swastika sound. The effects are the same, and the divine might is the same. This was naturally the same swastika heavenly sound, but it had been evolved by Yi Fan with the battle saint technique. The various powers remained the same, and the divine might remained the same. The golden ripples collided violently. This was a great confrontation between the swastika heavenly sounds. It was as if 2 golden seas had breached a dam, and then they rushed towards each other and collided. Naturally, it was a raging storm, and the waves slammed into the clouds, drowning Lantua Temple. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, nothing would be left of this place. All the monks retreated at the first moment and hid in the ancient buildings. No one dared to stand in the middle of such a battle and clash of supreme Buddhist arts. The two's confrontation was a serious disaster. The sound waves turned into swords and bells, attacking this place and sweeping out a world crack. Dang! Tens of thousands of golden Buddhist swords hacked over. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan couldn't block them all. The two different swastika sounds collided, forming a boundless Tao sea. All of his pores were shining to resist this attack. He collided with tens of thousands of Buddhist swords, shaking violently. Meanwhile, Ku Ci was even worse off. His body swayed continuously, and all kinds of Tao marks swept over. Even someone as powerful as his Vajra indestructible body was covered in bloody scars. He was swept by the golden sword waves and continuously retreated. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that the great bell formed from the swastika character disregarded distance, quickly enveloping the other party, shaking the universe until it was about to collapse. Yi Fan stood in the air, facing the Buddhist bell. His body trembled as the bell formed from the swastika sound wrapped around him, ringing non-stop. Clang. Yi Fan activated the army formula. Even the large bell formed from the swastika formula was partially controlled by him. It was difficult for it to vibrate here, and it was almost confined. Pa! He shook his arm forcefully, and his golden palm landed on the Buddhist bell. With a sound that sounded like the beginning of the universe, the bell cracked and shattered. Golden fragments scattered all over the ground, and he broke free. On the other side, Ku Ci was severely injured. Even though he had the Vajra indestructible body, his body was still cracked under the peerless attack of the highest Buddhist technique. With great difficulty, he broke out of the bell body and rushed out. In the confrontation of the swastikas, the people from Buddhist sect actually gained the upper hand. The people from Lantua Temple were all stunned. How did he manage to grasp the secrets of Buddhism to such an extent? This isn't just the appearance, he's clearly grasped the essence. Even Arhat Ku Ci's true body is injured. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. Apart from the human race's divine physique, who else could it be? Only he could endure such an attack, and his physique was stronger than the Vajra indestructible body. Amitabha, benefactor's cultivation is indeed profound. However, this old monk is still not enough, Ku Ci said. He put his palms together and chanted an incantation. His appearance was solemn, and the Vajra indestructible body shone. The surface of his body flickered with golden light, and his injuries healed. Bah! He suddenly let out a loud roar, and another type of Buddhist heavenly voice was shouted. The atmosphere was magnificent, and everything became different. Everything they saw became illusions. A universe opened up, enveloping the two within, and they were placed in a sea of stars. If the swastika heavenly voice was said to be an offensive divine technique, representing a method to subdue demons and a type of fierce attack, then the swastika heavenly voice represented a type of great power. It was almost like a formation, and it had the power to split the heavens and earth. Once this sound came out, it opened up the secrets of the beginning of the universe, restoring the true appearance of the world, and touching upon the power of the origin. Not to mention anything else, just this kind of great power could trap the enemy alive. Yi Fan focused his eyes. He realized that he was standing in the sea of stars, separated from monk Ku Ci by a river of stars. Silver light shone brilliantly, cutting off the path forward. They seemed to be standing at the two ends of the star field, looking at each other from afar. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he could not attack them, and they could only meet. And this was just his first experience of the swastika heavenly voice. Since it had the magical effect of opening up the universe and condensing the great power of the world, and was almost naturally formed, it naturally had a method to suppress and kill the enemy. Bah! Ku Ci shouted again, and a brilliant divine gate rushed out from the star field, flying towards Yi Fan, wanting to absorb him. The swastika heavenly voice contained the gate of reincarnation, and it could absorb people, send them into reincarnation, and send them to the afterlife. In a nice way, it was like ascending to the pure land of bliss, but in a bad way, it was to torture them to death. Dang! Yi Fan's expression was solemn. His feet crushed the pitch-black universe, and his hands moved, striking out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, blasting the divine gate away on the spot. Rise! Ku Ci shouted, and the endless river of stars shook violently, turning into a brilliant silver river. It actually swept up, suppressing towards Yi Fan. This was the great power of the world, condensing the power of the universe through the swastika heavenly voice, turning it into a miniature silver river, suppressing a person with all its might. No matter how great a person was, how could he compete with the universe? He would eventually turn into dust within it, and it was impossible for him to transcend. The heavenly voice did not stop, and the river of stars filled the sky, drowning Yi Fan. The gate of reincarnation formed by the swastika heavenly voice appeared again, with the river of stars as the peak, sending him to the afterlife. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it is too late. Benefactor, please return. As long as you turn back, you will have a path of survival, or else the road ahead will be endless calamities, the old monk said. Behind Yi Fan was a brilliant river of stars, leading to a place full of vitality, and in front of him was the forbidden land that suppressed demons. Bang! What responded to Ku Ci was a primordial spirit sword wave. Divine light blossomed between Yi Fan's brows, imitating the primitive emperor's Dao sword, making all kinds of attacks have the tendency of transforming into the Wei. This was a powerful attack, and the star field was collapsing. The silver river was scattered, turning into dust. Moreover, the violent shockwave of energy directly struck the golden divine gate, wanting to disintegrate it and defeat the old monk from the root. However, the celestial formation was like a natural formation, and this was the great power of the world, so it could not be completely disintegrated. It quickly transformed and repaired. Pop! The primitive emperor's Dao sword appeared again, flickering between Yi Fan's brows. The inch-long golden sword enlarged in an instant, filling the sky and sweeping across the universe, causing heaven and earth to collapse. Unfortunately, this was not a complete technique. Yi Fan had only fought with Jianghu back then, so it was impossible for him to completely copy it with the secret of fighting. This secret technique was undoubtedly extremely powerful, or else it would not have been recorded in the primitive emperor's ultimate secret technique. It was a pity that Yi Fan could not completely grasp it, and he could not transform the entire universe into the Wei. In the fierce battle, Yi Fan let out a clear roar. He calmed his heart, and the blood in his body turned into a river of stars. Golden blood chi boiled, and then a pair of fists evolved, pushing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. Of course, this was not only evolving the invincible fist will, but also his essence, chi, and spirit, and his unique way. He wanted to break this world and trample the great path of the world under his feet, so as to break the shackles of the great power of the universe. Back then, he reversed the great path in order to break free from the shackles, to not be suppressed by this world, and to transcend eternity. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Ku Ci was not an ordinary half-saint, and far surpassed his fellow half-saint apprentice nephew. He was a formidable opponent that Yi Fan encountered after his return. It was precisely because of this that he felt a sense of danger, and he understood his own way even more. The world could not suppress him, and he had to fight his way out. It is difficult to become a celestial being born in this world, because I have to follow the will of the universe. In the end, I will turn to dust, and only by transcending can I do so. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Reverse the great path, break free, and break free from the shackles of the world. At this moment, he understood even more clearly the importance of reversing the great path, and he had to carry it out to the end. Perhaps, one day, this world might be destroyed and it would no longer exist. Just like the bright stars, just like the bright silver moon, it seemed so beautiful now, but there would be a day when it would fall. When this world is heading towards destruction, following the great path of the world will naturally turn to dust. Yi Fan's Dao heart became more and more firm. Reversing the great path, he would rely on himself for everything. He would trample the great path of the world under his feet, and break free from the shackles of the world. In the end, perhaps my path will be extremely difficult, and I will be destroyed by the heavenly path of the world, but I have no choice but to walk this path. If there really is an immortal realm and I can enter it one day, the world would be different. At that time, what should I respect exactly? Is it the Tao of this world, or the Tao of the immortal realm? Would there be any conflict? Rather than that, I might as well respect myself from the start, placing myself above everything else. Yi Fan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His Tao heart shone with light as a beam of light shot out from the center of his brows, almost destroying this star region. His conviction was firm, his body and mind as one. He manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his fist intent became even more invincible. In terms of intrinsic quality, he had already transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a unique fist intent, no longer a technique of the past. At the same time, his frontal bone shone. A tiny golden figure stepped out from his immortal foundation, standing before the center of his brows, unleashing an invincible fist intent that was no different from his body's movements. Transcending the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, this was the fusion of his body and mind as one. His Tao heart shone with boundless light, naturally manifesting an invincible fist intent. This was the embryonic form of one's own path. He punched out. The golden figure in front of his brows did the exact same thing. From his physical body to his primordial spirit, it was so harmonious. From the outside to the inside, his physical body and his psyche both unleashed their own Tao, resonating in unison. Boom! This strike caused the silver river to collapse, the golden divine gate to shatter. Ku Ci coughed out blood, the power of heaven and earth crumbled, and the star region was destroyed. Bang! Yi Fan and Ku Ci returned to the real world at the same time. The star region disappeared, and the primeval universe disappeared. Yi Fan was unharmed. His aura grew stronger as he comprehended his own path and Tao. Ku Ci's body trembled. Cracks appeared on his invincible Vajra body as he retreated over 10 steps. Ancestor Ku Ci was a golden arhat, only half a step away from becoming a bodhisattva. His body was publicly acknowledged to be unbreakable, and it was hard to find an opponent in the Western Desert. Yet, he was actually defeated. The Lantua Temple was a sacred ground of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Ku Ci, who had grasped 2 supreme mantras and an unbreakable body, was actually defeated. This shocked the monks. As a human with a holy body, is he really so invincible? Some people guessed his identity, and they all stared at his Dharma body. Reverend, I don't want to be enemies with the Lantua Temple. I just want to see in Miaoi. If I can't do that, then I can only fight to the death, Yi Fan said. I'm no match for you, but I don't want to be a villain for nothing. It's unreasonable of me to not let you see her. As long as you can pass the last stage, I will open the 9-level pagoda, Ku Ci said. Which stage? Yi Fan asked. Endure the baptism of the mortal cauldron. If you can withstand it, then I will allow you to see her. At this point, Ku Ci let out a clear whistle. In the air, the endless power of faith instantly transformed into a huge cauldron. It refined the psyche power that flew over from all directions, turning it into pure Buddhist light. Within the cauldron, all kinds of essence chi boiled. The psyche power was like the ocean, descending with a mountainous pressure. Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly walked forward. The huge cauldron pressed down, and with a boom, it sucked him in. There were many things in the world that cultivators were extremely afraid of. Without a doubt, it was difficult to list them all, but the fire of karma was definitely one of them. The great sage refined his body, and the quasi-emperor proved his Tao. They both needed to be tested by it. Yi Fan was fearless. He had already experienced it in the past. He rose and fell in the mortal cauldron, letting the psyche power boil and his bones crackle. He used this to refine his body, and his entire body became transparent and bright. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1080. The cauldron floated in the air, formed by the power of faith. Strands of faith power flew in from all directions and entered the cauldron, causing it to boil. The human world tempered the body, and the secular world tempered the heart. In the end, if one couldn't withstand the fire of karma, they might turn into ashes and all their previous efforts would be wasted. This was the consensus of some powerful cultivators. Yi Fan's forehead was like a mirror, reflecting the light. The surface of his body was like a divine skin, gently trembling as it absorbed the fire to refine his flesh and blood. His joints were moving, and his organs were humming rhythmically. After thousands of tempering, he forged his body and sharpened his bones and muscles. This was a human cauldron. It gathered the faith power of the secular world and turned it into an endless fire of karma to burn Yi Fan's body and primordial spirit. Both the cauldron and his body were sparkling and resplendent. The words furnace and cauldron were often linked together, and they had a special meaning. The heaven and earth were the bronze cauldron, smelting all living beings. Anyone in this world would be smelted and eventually turned into ashes. The secular world was the fire, and the faith power forged the cauldron. The human cauldron could also be called a cauldron. It burned the body and forged the Tao, and it was 100 times, 10,000 times better than the heaven and earth cauldron. For cultivators, it was a trial. Using the heaven and earth cauldron to temper the body and the human cauldron to temper the Tao, this was something many powerful cultivators had to go through when they reached the later stages. The raging fire would refine true gold. Those who survived would shine brilliantly, and those who failed would turn into ashes. Yi Fan hadn't reached that step yet, but he experienced it in advance. Naturally, he relied on the human race's saint body to survive such a disaster. Treasured light flickered, and the faith power in the cauldron boiled. The power of faith turned into Buddhist light, and it was as if it was steaming him. It enveloped and covered him, and his whole body was being tempered. The monks in Lantua temple chanted sutras with solemn expressions. The chanting became louder and louder, and it echoed throughout the mountains. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of the fire of karma. His joints moved like popping beans, and his organs trembled. His whole body cried out, and the sound was deafening. Through the battle just now, he had a deep understanding and was firm on his path. His mind was clear, and a small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead, accepting the fire of karma like his body. This wasn't inferior to a saint physique heavenly tribulation. It tempered one's body, muscles, bones, and primordial spirit. He remained calm and motionless, enduring the tempering. Yi Fan's golden primordial spirit and fetus bones were tempered at the same time. His attainment in Tao was improving, and the various wonderful arts in his heart were also reaching the state of perfection. After so many years, his cultivation had advanced very quickly compared to others. Now that he had been baptized and tempered by the hellfire, it had been consolidated. Generally speaking, this was something that a sage could only consider in the future. Now that he had experienced it in advance, his Tao foundation would be indestructible. For 4 hours, Yi Fan's bones moved back and forth. During this process, his body became shorter by an inch. Then the essence from all directions was filtered by the fire of karma and entered his body. His fetal bones were being refined. His natal bones were moving, and his flesh and blood were being tempered. Now that he had cultivated to such a level, it was extremely difficult for him to be reborn unless he could find the undying medicine. To be able to have such a transformation in his natal bones was already heaven-defying. I might be able to stand on the 7th minor step at any time, Yi Fan thought to himself. Back then, he had used 10 years to reach the 6th minor step of the Severing Tao. After that, every step forward was incomparably difficult. Now, with the purest psyche power of Buddhism, he had unexpectedly found a breakthrough. The old monk Wuxia chanted Amitabha, and the other monks chanted sutras. They all felt that it was incredible. Who would dare to barge into the Lantua temple? Even a half-saint would die with a grievance. With so much power of faith, no one could rival it. Unexpectedly, the human saint body could actually withstand the hellfire and use it to refine the body. After a total of 6 hours, Yi Fan was full of energy. His body was glowing, and his flesh and blood were strong and powerful. He walked out of the cauldron of humanity. Yi Fan felt that his corporeal body was like an eternal divine furnace that carried his primordial spirit. His blood and qi surged, and he was strong to the extreme. Every movement he made was exceptionally powerful and transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. All kinds of wonderful arts sublimated as if they had broken through some kind of shackles. He had the belief that he was unrivaled, and with such a corporeal body, he really wanted to fight against ancient princes like the Fire Qilin and Huang Shudao to test his results of Dao. The hellfire couldn't harm his true body. The monks couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the human saint body couldn't be measured by Dao. This broke common sense. The cauldron of humanity dispersed and turned back into the boundless psyche power. It shone brilliantly and enveloped the top of the Lantua temple. "Divine monk, please open the stone pagoda and let Miaoyi out," Yi Fan said calmly. Ku Ci nodded and didn't go back on his words. The myriad races are rising, and the chaotic times are coming. The path of celestial ascension is about to open, and there might be shocking changes. I don't want to use the sage formation to trap you. After all, you are the human saint body. Yi Fan nodded to express his gratitude. However, he didn't think that he could really be trapped. He had a divine tool that he hadn't used yet, and he had the secret character, Xing, to break the formation. It might not be able to trap him. The 9-story stone pagoda wasn't grand, and it couldn't be said to be majestic. However, its simplicity gave one an illusion. It was as if the 9 layers of heaven were condensed here and suppressed the Lantua temple. Ku Ci didn't hide anything and said that this was a divine tool left behind by the great sage. No one could move it for tens of thousands of years, and it had been suppressed here since ancient times. Yi Fan nodded. Even his 6 paths of reincarnation fist couldn't move it at all. One could imagine the sturdiness of the stone pagoda. We have no ill intentions. Suppressing her for 100 years might not be a bad thing. If we gain something here, we might even be able to attain bodhisattva status. Ku Ci chanted an incantation, and the 9-story stone pagoda rumbled. The tightly shut stone door shot out tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light, and it opened with a rumble. The stone pagoda was silent, and no one walked out. Yi Fan was startled, and he used his divine consciousness to look inside. Ku Ci was slightly surprised, and he nodded. On the 4th floor of the stone pagoda, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. A green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha, unmoving. She was in a deep meditative state, comprehending the wondrous principles of Buddhist meditation. The interior of the stone pagoda was very simple, and there was almost nothing. And Miaoyi was peaceful and tranquil. She was like a lotus growing in the stone room, and no one knew about her. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and her style was peerless. Yet now, she was so quiet, without the splendor of the mortal world, and her temperament was reserved. A green lamp flickered. She was quiet, and there was no sound at all. She sat cross-legged on a praying mat, and beside her was a benevolent stone Buddha. "Miaoyi!" Yi Fan called out. After not seeing her for 14 years, and Miaoyi had become more and more aloof. She was a bit thinner, and her beautiful eyes were closed. She didn't move, and it was as if she had passed away in a sitting posture. That green lamp was the one he gave to Miaoyi. Now that the deity had awakened, it had become a rare treasure. The Lantua temple could be considered open-minded. They didn't take her away, and instead suppressed her here, turning her from a demon to a Buddha. In general, they really wanted to help her achieve her goal. The conflict between Buddhist doctrines was extremely frequent, and sometimes, it was extremely sharp. Who could truly say what was orthodox? How rare! She entered the deep layers of the bodhisattva realm at such a young age. She is worthy of being an immortal flower. Arhat Ku Ci nodded. "Miaoyi!" Yi Fan called out again. This is a type of rebirth on the spiritual level. In order to surpass oneself and become a bodhisattva, one must pass through this trial. As for when she will wake up, it is hard to say, said Ku Ci. His face carried a bitter expression. Entering deep into a Buddhist sect to comprehend the Tao was far from as easy as one imagined. There were often some divine monks who passed away in seclusion in meditation. Buddhism, all types of laws and principles were broad and profound, as vast as the ocean. However, if one wanted to achieve anything, it was extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult to cultivate in a few specific realms. It sounded nice to say it was rebirth, but in reality, it was passing away in meditation. Once one failed to comprehend the Tao, they would die in cultivation. Most of the past holy monks, as strong as saints, ended up like this. They would pass away in a sealed stone room, silently passing away. Yi Fan waited here for a full half a month. And Miaoi did not move at all. Her face was thin and thin, as if she was about to transform into the Tao. Even the green lamp in front of her had dimmed, and the flame in the wick was about to be extinguished. Miaoi will be fine, right? The spiritual journey to the Bodhisattva realm is the most dangerous. This concerns the fruit of the Tao in the future. Anything can happen. Many outstanding Buddhas have high hopes, and there is no lack of future successors of Mount Meru. They have all mysteriously passed away in meditation in this realm. Ku Ci frowned. In other words, she might be in danger? Yi Fan asked. Buddhist Dharma is boundless, and its power is vast and immeasurable. However, there are many dangers when cultivating it. Back then, there were some people who were believed to be the reincarnations of ancient Buddhas who passed away in meditation. Ku Ci indirectly answered. Yi Fan frowned. After waiting for another half a month, he realized that Miaoi's aura was much weaker. The green lamp flickered, and her peerless appearance became thinner and thinner. It was as if she was about to be cut off from the mortal world. No, I have to pull her back. What Bodhisattva realm? What ancient Buddha heaven? Tell me, how do I enter? Yi Fan felt that he could not wait any longer. He was extremely worried. You don't cultivate Dharma. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to enter the Bodhisattva realm and bring her soul back. Ku Ci shook his head. Yi Fan paced back and forth anxiously. Benefactor, you have to know how to let go. Ku Ci sighed. Why do I have to let go? Yi Fan asked. Her heart is devoted to Buddhism. Before entering my Lantua temple, she smiled indifferently and let go of everything in the mortal world. Even if you enter the Bodhisattva realm, you might not be able to bring her back. Yi Fan did not speak. After a dozen or so days, Miaoi became thinner and more ethereal. She seemed to have lost her vitality in the stone room and was in danger of dying in a sitting posture. Miaoi, wake up. Yi Fan was worried and called out softly. However, Miaoi seemed to have left the mortal world and could not wake up. Yi Fan wanted to travel spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm. Who said I don't know Dharma? Didn't I use the swastika heavenly sound to fight against the divine monk? He insisted on traveling spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm and bringing Miaoi back. Ku Ci was startled and said, all right, you can try. But if you fail, please return immediately. Otherwise, your soul may be destroyed and only an empty shell will be left. Yi Fan shouted the swastika heavenly sound. When the universe was first formed, heaven and earth were born, and all living things were born. He wanted to forcefully enter the mysterious Bodhisattva realm. Behind him, a tall figure appeared. Divine light shone, but it was not a Buddha statue. This made Ku Ci and the other old monks speechless. When others use the swastika heavenly sound, a Buddha appears behind them, representing respect and obedience. But behind him is himself. Is he too egoistic? Or does he not respect heaven and earth and only has his own Tao in his heart? Even the old monks could not help but criticize silently. This kind of Tao was too domineering. The celestial path he wanted to enter was destined to be tyrannical. In the future, he would most likely suffer the wrath of heaven. The swastika heavenly sound resonated with Buddha. The figure behind Yi Fan was like a demonic god. His eyes were sharp and his black hair was scattered. Then, he forcefully tore open a spiritual realm and stepped in. This was a special spiritual realm of Buddhism. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. Only divine monks who had comprehended the Tao could enter spiritually. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he felt a kind of holiness and auspiciousness. There were some divine monks and arhats sitting cross-legged on the stone cliffs. There were even some walking in the depths of the ancient temples. All kinds of figures were very blurry but gave people a very real feeling. Buddhist chanting was unending and leisurely transmitted over. Yi Fan passed by the ancient temple and passed through an ancient battlefield. He was looking for a Miaoyi in this spiritual realm. Not long after, he saw a group of monks sitting on the ground and chanting sutras. In front of him, there was a great Buddha imprint that needed to be prostrated and worshipped. Yi Fan's arrival seemed out of place. He only chanted his own name and did not chant the name of Buddha. He did not respect anything here. Who intruded into the paradise and blasphemed the Bodhisattva realm? Why don't you worship the Bodhisattvas of the heavens and not the ancient Buddha? Why should I worship? The Buddha said that everyone has a Buddha nature and everyone can become a Buddha. It is enough to worship oneself. A true Buddha does not need others to worship him, Yi Fan said. Are you questioning the deities and saying that the virtuous predecessors are false Buddhas? A dignified voice came from the sky and a powerful pressure descended. Yi Fan did not say anything and directly smashed his fist over. He began to chant his own sutra. He actually wanted to purify the various bodhisattvas and divine monks' imprints here. Who is this person? The undefeated bodhisattva doesn't worship Buddha and only respects himself? A few arhats' spiritual wills swept over at the same time. Chapter 1081. Yi Fan's golden divine will was like a blade as it cut open the firmament. This was a domain belonging to the spirit and divine will. It was an illusory world, and what one could sense might not be real. It was forged from the incomplete imprints of the predecessors. The dignified voice disappeared and the world became much clearer. The arhats from all directions were astonished and all looked over. Yi Fan didn't stop. The golden arhats he saw were imprints from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It wasn't a clear divine will, so it was difficult to communicate on a deep level. This was like a dilapidated world. There were divine monks gathered in front of some of the great Buddha's imprints, but the even vaster areas were desolate. Of course, not every place was unobstructed. Some ancient temples and holy temples shone brilliantly and illuminated the entire universe. They tore through the clouds and stood on the most majestic mountains. These kinds of places were difficult to enter because there were relatively undamaged imprints of true Buddhas. Yi Fan could only take a detour in some forbidden areas. The Buddhist chants were like thunder on the holy mountain. The great temple was grand and shone with boundless Buddhist light. He could clearly see a few ancient Buddhas sitting cross-legged as if they were preaching the Tao across time and space. Buddhism is truly unfathomable. The predecessors created a spiritual domain. Those who have severed the Tao can enter a deep level of meditation and comprehend the Tao in hopes of attaining the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was rumored that this spiritual domain radiated outwards from the boundless mental power of Mount Meru. The power of faith in Lantua Temple was much inferior to that of Mount Meru. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. If he was at Mount Meru, his true body might enter a strange domain world and something even more wondrous would happen. That was because there was a place on Mount Meru where the spiritual domain could materialize and allow one's true body to enter. It was like the divine realm. But now, he was at Lantua Temple. What he saw and felt couldn't be considered clear. Many places were quite blurry and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Yi Fan made a detour around the vast ancient battlefield and walked through the boundless land. He didn't see in Miaoyi's figure at all and didn't know where she was. When he entered the depths of this domain, there were golden lotuses everywhere. The Tao marks interweaved like strands and made it difficult to walk. He finally sensed something. He saw a small stone nunnery that rested beside a spiritual lake. The golden lake water was like molten gold. This was pure spiritual energy, one of the origins of this wondrous paradise. There were traces left behind by a Miaoyi here. There was a blue stone in the shape of a cow, and her imprint was carved on it. She had comprehended the Tao here before. 8 Annihilation Scripture? Yi Fan muttered to himself and furrowed his brows. This was a scripture that would sever the mortal world. Although he had never read it, he had heard of it before. In the scripture, it was said that if a sentient being prayed too much to the 8 annihilations bodhisattva, they would be separated from their emotions. Yi Fan continued forward. Not long after, he came across another ancient temple. There were traces of Miaoi's Tao. She had once cultivated the divine glazed Dharma body here, removing the delirium of thoughts and severing delirium. She had also returned to the world. In the boundless universe, the world of mortals was illusory, impure, and filthy. The Immortal platform was bright and clear like colored glass, and it could dissolve the various thoughts in one's heart. There was also the White Bone platform. This was a method to separate from the mortal world, to return to the world of mortals. It was a method that allowed one to sever all desires and thoughts, transcending the great world. Yi Fan was worried. After cultivating this type of method, one would truly be separated from the mortal world, breaking free from it. However, would one succeed? Those who could truly reach this step were only the immortals of the 9 heavens. How could humans reach this step? It was just too transcendent. The Buddhists cultivated the afterlife. Was it right or wrong? He didn't know. If he did this, then no matter how he looked at it, this world would be like an empty expanse, an illusion. Miaoi, Yi Fan searched for her traces. He called out loudly, but he couldn't find her. He passed through the land of Bodhi, and then rushed into the ancient Buddha Nirvana Valley. He completely lost track of her. Yi Fan chanted his own scripture, calling out to her divine will. He wanted to communicate with her spiritually and bring her back. Suddenly, he heard the sound of ocean waves. He walked past an ancient ruin, and a precipice blocked his way. A silver sea overflowed into the heavens. A stone vein stretched across, blocking the mysterious silver sea. He vaguely saw a beautiful figure. Her clothes fluttered about as she leapt over. Past sea. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over. There were these 3 large words on the cliff, clearly writing the name of the silver sea. It stretched as far as the eye could see, so how could there be a beautiful figure? I clearly saw it. That should be an imprint left behind a long time ago. She leapt in from here, Yi Fan said to himself. He wanted to enter the sea, but he felt a great sense of danger. It was incompatible with his Tao. I don't believe in the past and I don't cultivate the afterlife. I only believe that I can live eternally if I am unmatched in this world. This sea is known as the past, and I have no way of entering it. It clashes with my Tao. He stood on the precipice and frowned. Then, he suddenly released a long roar and took large steps forward. I firmly believe in my own Tao. What past sea? Everything is just an illusion. I will sweep through this world and be unmatched. I will fight my way into the past. Then, beneath my feet will be the undying path of the present world. For the sake of finding in Miaoi, Yi Fan didn't care about the danger. He leapt into the sea and smashed out with his fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. This silver divine sea even evaporated a region. It couldn't stop him. Within a range of 10 zhang, nothing could approach him. Buddha light shone everywhere, and he was unaffected. The golden lotus bloomed and countless traces of Tao couldn't cut off his path. Hong long long. Great silver waves overflowed into the heavens. The golden lotus took root in the void and was about to drown him. However, he blasted out golden light that filled the sky and swept away everything in his way. The immortal path is before me, and I will climb it myself. The path of the Buddha will be walked by the Buddha, and my path will be walked by myself. There is no need for others to guide me. Heavenly sounds were released from his mouth, scattering all types of traces of Tao. He didn't change his path and advanced courageously. He firmly believed that as long as he was unmatched, he could break through anything. He was in control of everything and didn't need to rely on the illusory future. He even more so didn't need to hesitate in the past. Open for me. Yi Fan's entire body overflowed with golden light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the path ahead. Every movement he made casually scattered about, blasting the silver sea apart. It was earth-shattering. He searched through this silver divine sea, sweeping through everything before him. He was so shocked that even a few golden arhats looked over, feeling astonished. Who is this person? He dares to cross so forcefully. He didn't use the sea of the past to purify himself, but instead shattered everything. Yi Fan rushed into the depths and searched in every possible way, but in the end, it was to no avail. He couldn't see a trace of hope, and he had no idea where Miaoyi leapt to. In the end, he opened up a path, smashing through the silver sea of the past and crossing over. He stood on the cliff and didn't say anything for a long time. Everyone had their own different Dao. He wanted to call out to Miaoyi, but there was no result. He also had no way of changing Miaoyi's path and bringing her out. After a long sigh, Yi Fan had stayed in this spiritual domain long enough. He could only helplessly withdraw. Inside the Lantua temple, a powerful aura surged. His soul returned to his body and his vitality was restored. This shocked a few old monks. An outsider truly entered the Bodhisattva realm and then calmly left. This wasn't a common occurrence since ancient times. Benefactor has fate with the Buddha. Are you willing to enter my Lantua temple? If so, you will definitely become an ancient Buddha in the future. Who knows, you might even become a Buddha, said Wuxia. Yi Fan was speechless. It was impossible for the people of the Lantua temple to bring him into the Buddhist path. How could he agree to this? Great Master, has Miaoyi ever woken up? Within the 9-storied stone pagoda, the aura of that elegant figure was becoming increasingly weak. That bean-sized lamp flame was about to be extinguished. The person, the lamp, and the stone Buddha were all incomparably dim. It was as if a gust of wind would blow past and everything would come to an end. Miaoyi, wake up. Yi Fan called out. This made people worried. She had been in isolation for so long and still hadn't woken up. This might be because the divine general had died, leaving only his physical body in the mortal world. This is truly dangerous. The past holy monks and ancient Buddhas all looked like this when they passed away. Wuxia frowned. And Miaoyi was in isolation, her soul entering the Bodhisattva realm. It was unknown what she encountered, but it was actually difficult for her to wake up again. Wake up. Yi Fan chanted scriptures, wanting to bring her back and awaken her potential. He wanted to use her physical body as a magical artifact to collect her soul. However, another half a month passed. And Miaoyi's body even became a bit cold. Her soul had been separated from her physical body for too long, and her vitality had returned to quietness. It wasn't that her physical body was about to die, but rather that it was too dangerous. Her physical body's potential believed that her primordial spirit had withered and couldn't be returned, so she began to protect herself. The human body was a treasure. Even if the deity died, the body could still exist for a long time. Right now, this seemed to be reflected. Is she really going to pass away just like this? Yi Fan's voice was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to enter the Bodhisattva realm again. However, the result was disappointing. He entered and exited 7 times, but there was still no result. Miaoyi, don't die. Yi Fan's heart was anxious, and his emotions were fluctuating intensely. Was the separation 14 years ago an eternal one? Soul, return. He sat cross-legged in the stone pagoda and called out with his heart, wanting to guide a lost soul back. Wuxia chanted Buddhist mantras, chanting scriptures continuously. At this moment, it was already very clear that, just like the past holy monks, Miaoyi had passed away in meditation, and it would be difficult for her to return. Why is it like this? Yi Fan cried out in grief. He stood up and entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 8th time. This time, he advanced bravely, opening up a path along the way. He even broke through the imprints left behind by many great Buddhas. Many grand temples were stopped by him, and he roared towards the sky in search of that elegant and otherworldly woman. In another blurry world, it was filled with mysterious Buddhist light, and his brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. He was like a deity standing there, overlooking everything as he roared loudly, calling out to Miaoyi. He was like the largest ancient Buddha, roaring through the heaven and earth, erupting with unrivaled brilliance, illuminating all directions. In the end, he returned wearily once again. Yi Fan was close to despair, and even if he was truly unrivaled, it wouldn't change anything. Another 49 days passed, and the divine monk Wuxia determined that Miaoyi had passed away in meditation. There was no hope left. A group of old monks chanted scriptures, sending her to paradise. They all knew that no miracles could happen, and they couldn't defy the heavens. Yi Fan entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 9th time, and this time he himself almost died inside. He charged out with great difficulty and roared angrily towards the sky, powerless to reverse the situation. Miaowie! Yi Fan called out. He hugged the ice-cold body and walked out of the pagoda, full of sorrow. She has officially passed away in meditation. Look at the Buddhist flower flying out of her head, which proves that her soul flame has been extinguished, said Wuxia. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and a large expanse of flower rain descended from the void, sprinkling over the stone pagoda. And Miaowie's corpse had completely cooled down, and that green lamp had been extinguished. How could this be? Yi Fan was in a daze. He caressed that cheek, but couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. Tears couldn't help but flow down. The flower petals fell from the void, and the last bit of light was extinguished. The sweet fragrance dispersed, and in Miaowie's expression was peaceful, as if she was in a deep sleep. Wake up. Yi Fan's tears fell. Wuxia retreated with the old monks. There was no other way. Even the soul flower had been extinguished, so how could she wake up? The surroundings of the stone pagoda were quiet. Yi Fan sat alone with the ice-cold corpse in his arms. What was the point of cultivation? In the end, it had to be separated by life and death. What was the meaning of cultivating? Wake up. He called out again, and tears continuously flowed down. After an unknown period of time, a weak voice rang out. You're crying. The ice-cold body that was like a jade sculpture moved slightly. On this exceptional face, a pair of eyes opened with difficulty. Chapter 1082. Yi Fan's heart trembled and his eyes widened. The ice-cold body in his embrace had an additional soul imprint. She actually revived. What was lost was regained. A dead beauty regained life. Even though she was very weak, it was so real. Miaowie! Yi Fan cried out and grabbed her hand with force, fearing that he would lose her forever if he let go. One step into heaven, one step into hell. He was originally in despair, but now he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This was a type of mood that had fallen greatly. He felt that he was about to lose her, yet the woman in his embrace had actually revived from the dead. This made his emotions surge. The unmatched beauty was in death's seclusion and had originally already become a cold corpse. He thought that they would be separated forever and never see each other again. This would become a great regret. You're back. It's good that you're alive, he said softly. And Miaowie's face lacked color and was extremely pale. Her delicate face seemed to be carved from pure white jade. Her originally ethereal eyes now lacked luster and were dim and somewhat hazy. She slowly reached out her hand and helped him wipe away the tears on his face. Her body was extremely weak. After returning from the Bodhisattva realm, she encountered many difficulties and dangers and almost passed away in meditation. After all these years, Miaowie's beauty didn't decrease in the slightest. Her immortal charm was even more restrained, and she had an additional type of tranquility and contentment. She was less enchanting and more moving. She smiled weakly. Reuniting after so many years in this West Earth's Lan Tuo temple gave her an indescribable feeling. Her eyes flickered with spiritual colors as she said, "It really is you. I heard your call in the Bodhisattva realm and walked out from my lost state with great difficulty. Nothing will happen to you. I can definitely protect you." Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. He released a light shout and circulated the swordsman character. His entire body overflowed with holy light and enveloped in Miaowie. Even though his swordsman character was flawed, there were few who could compare to it. Regardless of whether it was the Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique or the Rebirth Technique, they were all just SOSO. And Miaowie's soul was mainly injured and she almost got lost in the Bodhisattva realm. Using the swordsman character to repair her physical body and heal her primordial spirit, her condition became much better in the blink of an eye. I feel much better. Not long after, she was able to sit up. In the distance, Master Wuxia had returned. Even though he was a golden body Luohan and normally had a calm heart, Right now he revealed a strange expression. He had clearly passed away, so how could he be revived? Could it be that this is the person chosen and protected by the Buddha? That's why he could stay in the Bodhisattva realm for such a long time, causing us to mistakenly think that he had passed away? He muttered to himself. Then he walked over with large strides, asking about the situation. He really wanted to know what had happened. I crossed the sea of the past and the river of next life. I saw two great Buddhas on the horizon. One was Amitabha, and the other was Sakyamuni. I had no choice but to walk forward, passing between the two Buddhas, and I got lost. And Miaoi spoke softly, recounting her experiences in the Bodhisattva realm. As long as you're back, Kusei said. Suppressing in Miaoi in the 9-floored stone pagoda was not out of malice, as he thought that she might attain the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was crucial for her to cultivate arduously in the pagoda for 100 years. Kusei left, not willing to disturb her any further. You've returned? And Miaoi said softly. She looked at Yi Fan in a daze, slowly standing up. Her soul had already stabilized. She was a bit thinner, her fine black hair soft and supple, her expression tranquil and otherworldly. She was clearly standing before him, yet she seemed like she could leave this world at any time, as if she was incomparably far away. I worked hard, returned with great difficulty, but it was still too late. After making up my mind, I similarly couldn't forget this shore, and so I returned. Yi Fan said softly. It's been 14 years. I never thought we would meet again. And Miaoi said softly. Yi Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with her, walking out of Lantua Temple together. The sunset dyed the western skies red, drawing out their shadows. Lantua Temple, a Qilin rested beneath a cliff. Lingji grew by the side of a small path. This was a place full of fragrance, tranquility and auspiciousness everywhere, Dao marks everywhere. It really is good that you could come and see me. And Miaoi smiled like a little girl, her eyes bright and teeth white, somewhat charming and warm. However, Yi Fan's heart froze, feeling a bit distant. Yi Fan smoothed out her fine black hair, accompanying her as they walked out. They walked past the cobblestone path, past the palaces and pavilions, walking shoulder to shoulder. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed extremely warm. I chose the path of Buddha, and now I have some Tao fruits. And Miaoi said, I know. Great Master Kusei said that you can attain the Bodhisattva position, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Yi Fan nodded. After walking this path, one needs to be at peace of mind, without desires or demands. Walking is empty, sitting is empty, words and actions are all empty. Even if a white blade approaches your head, it will be like a sharp sword slicing the spring wind, and Miaoi said softly. Yi Fan's expression froze, finally understanding why he felt and Miaoi was a bit distant. It wasn't that the two of them were too far apart, but rather that her mental state was different. Everyone has a Buddha nature, and Buddhas are humans as well. Why do you have to give up so much? I don't wish for you to walk this path. Yi Fan said, everyone has a Buddha nature, but not everyone can become a Buddha. And Miaoi shook her head. For a moment, the two of them didn't speak. They walked forward silently. Although it was very warm, there seemed to be a formless distance between them. Why do you want to cultivate Buddha? There are many Tao arts in this world. If you are willing, I can help you obtain the scriptures of the great human emperor and let you choose. Yi Fan said, I have fate with Buddha, and am suitable to cultivate Buddha. And Miaoi shook her head. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but Miaoi stretched out her jade-like hand and covered his lips, saying, Don't say anything, let's continue on our path. After a long time, the sun had already set. On the dim Lan Tua sacred mountain, the shadows of the trees danced, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. Yi Fan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke. Miaoi, this path isn't easy to walk. You don't have to walk it, there are many choices. Why do you have to trap yourself in the western desert? This is my path. When I enter the sea of the past, when I cross the river of life, my heart is so calm. It tells me what I should choose and what to give up, and Miaoi said, I don't want you to be like this. Yi Fan looked at her. She was originally a peerless beauty, but now she had to accompany the ancient Buddha, ending her karma with the mortal world. How cruel was this? What's so bad about this? My heart is calm, incomparably full. I can witness a Buddha flower blooming, bright and glistening. My Tao is all here, and Miaoi said, her eyes flowing with brilliance. Leave the western desert with me, Yi Fan said seriously. And Miaoi sighed. She looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance to part, but she shook her head. Suddenly she touched her forehead. Some cold sweat flowed out, and her eyes became misty. In the past I severed my Tao, but I forgot the past. What? Yi Fan grabbed her arm. And now I remember everything. But when you left 14 years ago, I made a choice. 2 streams of sparkling tears flowed down from Miaoi's beautiful eyes. Severed my Tao, forgotten and remembered. There are some imprints that can't be erased. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. Buddhism talks about the afterlife, but it's just an escape. What reincarnation? What reincarnation? What we can sense and exist is all because of this life. And Miaoi calmed down. She gently said, "Don't be stubborn. This is my path." It's not stubbornness, it's that you really shouldn't have chosen to cultivate Buddhism. Yi Fan suddenly became tyrannical. He grabbed her hand and said, "Leave the western desert with me." And Miaoi smiled. Her peerless beauty could topple a city with a single smile. For a moment, the entire dim sacred mountain brightened. You really don't want me to cultivate Buddhism? Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want Miaoi to spend the rest of her life alone in the western desert. That will have to wait until I attain the status of Bodhisattva and can roam the world. Right now, all the races are rising and the saints from the outer regions are coming. If I don't become a Bodhisattva, how can I roam the world? You aren't just brushing me off, are you? Yi Fan was startled. And Miaoi smiled sweetly, her beauty was breathtaking. It doesn't matter. One day, if you are really obstructed by Buddhism, I will come to pick you up. As long as I am unrivaled in this world, nothing can stop me. Yi Fan said. Little man, you are a bit domineering. And Miaoi's smile spread out like ripples. Her skin glistened, her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were like stars as she said, "I'll wait for you to pick me up." Yi Fan nodded. They crossed several spirit veins and walked towards the depths of the sacred mountain. In the future, no matter what happens, you must believe in me, just like how I believe in you, and Miaoi said. The pure white moonlight transformed into immortal feathers that sprinkled down. The water in the lake sparkled as spiritual energy drifted about. Yi Fan scooped up clear water with a jade scoop and sprinkled it on Miaoi's beautiful hair to help her wash her hair. Specks of immortal light formed ripples in the lake. And Miaoi chuckled and pushed him away, saying, "I'll do it myself." She wanted him to leave this place. Not long after, water splashed up. She swam in the lake like a fish. Her pure white body was like ivory, flickering with sparkling luster. In the distance, Yi Fan sat beside the bonfire and roasted some wild game. He didn't know why, but he felt that Miaoi was really a bit too far away, even though she said they would meet again in the future. Not long after, the beauty in the lake came out of the bath and walked over with light steps. She was wearing a feather robe that outlined the curves of her pure white and sparkling body. It was perfect to the extreme. Her slender waist and slender and straight jade-like legs were flawless. Her long hair was still dripping with water droplets. There was a faint smile on her white jade-like face. Her every movement was peerless, elegant and otherworldly, like a fairy from heaven who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. "Let's go." And Miaoi ate a spirit root and didn't touch the wild game. "All right, I'll send you back." Yi Fan nodded and stood up. "Back where?" And Miaoi asked. "Aren't we going to Lantua Temple?" Yi Fan asked. "The future is still far away. I know you're going to travel far. In the next half a month, I'm not a Buddhist cultivator and you're not a human with a sacred physique. We're just a pair of ordinary people going to live an ordinary life," and Miaoi said. Yi Fan was surprised at first. Then he pulled her hand and left, leaving Sacred Mountain and Lantua Temple. In the next half a month, They were like a pair of ordinary people. They stayed together and watched the sun rise and set in the west. They walked through the grasslands and entered the desert. It was a peaceful and happy life. At night, they gazed at the starry sky together. Yi Fan pointed out to her where the other shore of the starry sky was and told her what kind of world it was. Time was short, but it passed so quickly. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was hazy. "We'll meet again." And Miaoyi stood up and turned her back to him. Her pure white and perfect back flickered with a snow-white luster like jade. Yi Fan went forward and embraced her ivory-like body. He wasn't willing to separate. If he could choose, he would rather be immortal. "It's been half a month. You should go." And Miaoyi gently pushed him away. Her feather robe flashed and covered her flawless body. Her expression was tranquil and incomparably elegant and otherworldly. It was as if she was standing far away in the 9 heavens. A green lamp appeared beside her. The wick flickered with Buddhist light and suddenly jumped up. The ancient bronze lamp made her look even more ethereal. Chapter 1083. The green copper lamp flickered, and the flame was clear and bright. There was actually a tiny and Miaoyi sitting cross-legged in the middle of the flame, chanting sutras in a dignified and sacred manner. The expression of the true body, and Miaoyi, was indifferent. Her white clothes fluttered lightly in the wind, causing her to seem lofty and faintly discernible, as if she was about to ascend to the heavens and ascend to immortality, otherworldly. She seemed to have changed into a different person. She seemed even more illusory and difficult to get close to. Her gentle smile carried a trace of distance. Yi Fan gazed at the figure sitting in the bronze lamp. Only then did he feel a sense of familiarity. He said softly, "Miao-yi." Inside the green lamp, that familiar and intimate smile didn't change in the slightest as it waved at him. "Goodbye, until we meet again." The true body and Miaoyi also spoke. Then she turned around, leaving just like that, graceful like an immortal, flying through the air, heading in the direction of Orchid Tuo Temple. Yi Fan was lost in thought and did not move for a long time. At dawn, a ray of multicolored light shone down. Only then did he rise and leave. Every day in the western desert, he could sense the mysterious power of Psyche. He wanted to observe Mount Meru from a distance, and had no intention of leaving immediately. There were a few ancient lands in the western desert. The Xiankong Temple, Lantuo Temple, and Xinxia Temple were all extremely famous. They possessed the highest secret techniques of Buddhism and were revered in the world. Yi Fan walked on foot, passing by the Lantuo Temple and heading towards the center of this land. He sensed the atmosphere of the Buddhist land and looked at the divine light of faith. He was comprehending in his heart. A day later, Yi Fan passed by a dilapidated palace hall. This place had been reduced to ruins and scorched. Why would someone destroy a temple in West Earth? He was a little surprised. This small temple wasn't big, and it didn't take up much space. After scattering the ashes, a dozen or so corpses were revealed. Qingling Temple, isn't this the place where Miao-yi once cultivated? Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. This small temple had been destroyed less than half a month ago, and Miaoyi had set out from the Ahant Temple and traveled all over the western desert. She had cultivated in many ancient temples, and only stopped when she entered the Lan Tuo Temple. This was only one of them, and Miaoyi had mentioned it before. Reverse the flow and trace back to the source, ancient reversion technique. Yi Fan released a light shout. His eyes were brilliant and his forehead was sparkling like a mirror, illuminating the broken walls. This was a mysterious technique he had cultivated on Earth. He had once obtained an incomplete Veda Sutra in the ancient Taoist field. He had comprehended the profound principles and obtained this mysterious technique which could allow the scenes of the past to reappear. Yi Fan's frontal bone shone, illuminating the rubble and scattering over the corpses. He traced back the events that happened more than 10 days ago. Moments later, his body trembled. Wang Teng. His eyes lit up and became as sharp as a knife. It was actually Wang Teng who did it. Needless to say, he knew what this person wanted to do. In order to take revenge on him, this person would do anything. He knew that I had returned and understood that he wasn't my opponent. He wanted to make a move against Miaoyi and annihilate the entire temple. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He quickly gave chase and arrived at the small temple in Miaoyi mentioned. This ancient temple was safe and sound. It had not suffered any calamity. It must be the people from the first temple who discovered his misdeeds and were silenced. He didn't dare tarry and directly headed for Lantua Temple. He secretly learned that Miaoyi had returned and was unharmed. Wang Teng, it's time to settle things. Yi Fan hid in the sacred mountain and paid attention to everything here. He believed that Wang Teng would definitely appear and that it was only a matter of time. Several days later, Miaoyi went out and headed for Xinxia Temple to comprehend a type of Buddhist law. Yi Fan didn't show himself and used the Celestial Court's secret killing technique to hide in the void. He followed along the way because he felt that Wang Ting should appear soon. Sure enough, after traveling for several thousand li, a golden ancient war chariot rumbled over and emitted soaring radiance. It was accompanied by a true dragon, an immortal phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise. This ancient war chariot was entirely golden and emitted boundless radiance. It stood on top of it like a celestial emperor inspecting the mortal world. Wang Teng's black hair hung loosely behind him. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a type of coldness in his eyes. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and cut off the path ahead. The sword edge spat out divine radiance several hundred zhang long as it swept towards Miaoyi. Chi! A green lamp appeared and hung on Miaoyi's shoulder. It emitted a gentle radiance and propped up a layer of light screen to protect her body. You're Wang Teng. Who would have thought that the magnificent North deity would actually fall to such a state? Did you come to take action against me because you felt that you had no hope of killing Yi Fan in this lifetime? And Miaoyi said softly, to the top heavenly pride of the human race's younger generation, doing things like this was undoubtedly abandoning oneself and losing the heart to prove one's Tao. Ha ha. Wang Teng laughed loudly and his hair fluttered in the wind. There was anger and killing intent in his eyes. It was cold and sinister, and his pupils were like two deep pools. What a pity! The former North deity has already become like this. It really makes one sigh with sorrow. The top young hero has finally fallen and is unable to recover after this setback. He no longer has his unrivaled glory, and Miaoyi said softly. Yes, I've lost again. In the Battle of the Eastern Baron, a mysterious person shocked the world and forced me to retreat with a single spear strike. I know he is Yi Fan, and I am not his match. Wang Teng's expression was cold as he said, he led tens of thousands of cavalries to annihilate my Wang clan of the northern plains. I will take revenge for this hatred no matter what in this lifetime. If I can't kill him, then I will start with his woman and make him suffer for the rest of his life. Wang Teng spoke in a sinister tone. His eyes were filled with hatred and were close to insanity. The hand that was holding onto the golden saint's sword was trembling slightly, and half of his body was convulsing. You only see the destruction of the Wang clan. Why didn't you mention your domineering actions back then? If it wasn't for the fact that you went to annihilate the Southern Mountains barbarian race and colluded with the ancient race to exterminate Yi Fan and his friends, how could things have turned out like this? Buddhism talks about karma, and everything is already destined, and Miaoyi said. What karma? What heavenly Tao? To me, they are all unimportant. I want you to die, and I want Yi Fan to suffer for the rest of his life. I can't kill him, so I will torture him mentally and make him unable to live in peace for the rest of his life. Wang Teng's eyes were bloodshot and had turned scarlet. His murderous aura was boundless, and the golden, ancient chariot was enveloped in a bloody mist. And Miaoyi shook her head. The arch was no longer as stunning as he was in the past. His mental state had fallen, and he was truly unable to recover from this setback. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to corroborate his Tao. Kill! Wang Teng made his move and fought against Miaoyi. The golden saint's sword in his hand slashed down, and the ancient chariot rumbled, crushing everything in its way. The mountain peaks and ancient veins were all turned into powder. His battle-intent soared into the clouds, and his demonic chi was boundless. And Miaoyi made her move and used Buddhist arts to neutralize his attacks. She continued to fight against him. And Miaoyi, you can't escape today. I will send your head to the Eastern Baron. I will listen to his mournful cries and watch as his anger attacks his heart. I will make him grieved and unable to reverse the situation. You won't be the last. In the future, I will hunt down everyone related to him. I will kill them one by one, and your skulls will become my collection. Yi Fan, I will make you grieve. I look forward to your heartbroken expression, ha. Wang Ting seemed to have gone mad. He was crying and laughing at the same time. His attacks were like a torrential storm, and his sword chi was ever-changing. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist shattered the vacuum and appeared. It blasted Wang Ting and his ancient chariot away, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan walked out from the void step by step with a black spear in his hand. His entire body didn't emit any powerful aura, but it still caused Wang Teng's expression to change. It's you. You were waiting for me here. I have formed karma with you here. Yi Fan pressed forward. Right now, he could be said to be invincible among those of the same generation. He could look down on the 8 Desolaces and even killed a heavenly prince, let alone a mere Wang Teng. It was just as Yi Tong had said. Apart from the imperial princes, his greatest enemies were in the starry sky. There were almost no other people of the same generation who could be his match on this ancient star. Miao, I will take his head and end everything, Yi Fan said. And Miaoi retreated and gave up the battlefield. She believed that even if a few Wang Ting came together, they still wouldn't be a match for Yi Fan. His Dao heart had already been shattered, so what else could be left? Wang Ting, I will kill you all within 30 moves. Show me all your abilities, Yi Fan said. He was invincible in his heart, and the aura he emitted was the same. You are too arrogant. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot like 2 blood-colored cold ponds. He was once known as the North Deity and had never been looked down upon like this. His hatred for Yi Fan was as vast and boundless as the waves of the East Sea. The first defeat, the first shattering of his body, and the first pain and humiliation all originated from Yi Fan. It was engraved in his bones and his hatred was hard to dispel. Wang Ting went crazy. He cleaved down with the golden battle sword in his hand. Many illusory figures flew out from the ancient golden chariot, true dragons, immortal phoenixes, and others, to destroy the enemy together. Facing these Dao marks, Yi Fan was simple and direct. He only had one attack. He held the black spear in one hand and swung it forward, sweeping everything away. All sorts of lights, sword radiance, and immortal phoenix imprints were shattered. They couldn't stop his powerful attack at all. Yi Fan struck out with his spear. The dark golden spear was like a black dragon that rushed into the sky. It broke through the void and split the dome of heaven. Even if the ancient chariot's battle chi covered the heaven and earth, it still couldn't stop it. Wang Ting screamed. The cold spear tip blasted away the golden battle sword. The exceptional spear radiance shot over, piercing through his chest. An arm-sized bloody hole appeared on his body. You have fear in your heart. You are even more unbearable than I imagined. I will take your life in 10 moves. Yi Fan pointed the black spear at the space between his brows. After my 100 defeats, I will become a demonic core. Revive for me. I will become unmatched under the heavens. Wang Ting screamed crazily. His expression warped, and demonic patterns appeared on his face one after another. A streak of dark light even more so rushed out from the crown of his head. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, he turned into a demonic core. Streaks of black patterns appeared on his forehead. It was as if an ancient great demon king had been reborn, becoming many times more powerful. What kind of inheritance did you obtain from Ji family's ancestral palace back then? I fear that it didn't belong to the Void Great Emperor, right? Yi Fan asked. To think that I, Wang Ting, first obtained the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, and then I obtained the Undying Mountain's ancient emperor's secret method. I obtained the favor of the heavens and obtained a world-defying great opportunity. In this life, I am destined to be unmatched. None of you can stop my path. He truly went mad. His eyes were blood red as he screamed and roared. He fiercely attacked Yi Fan. Ancient chaos inheritance, eternal banishment. The void was torn apart. He wanted to strike Yi Fan into a boundless dimensional space and forever bury him in an unknown time-space. Back then, you couldn't even defeat me with this technique. What use is it now? Yi Fan seemed to be standing in the eternal. His body was undying, and his unmatched stance was fully displayed. He traversed the void, and it was difficult for him to be banished. Pooh! His spear stabbed forward. Blood splashed out. Wang Teng's evasion was a bit slow, and an arm turned into a bloody paste as it flew out. Now, Yi Fan had an unrivaled stance. After facing him, every strike was majestic, and every move was able to suppress him. I am not willing to accept this. I was born with the great fate of heaven and earth. What right do you have to fight against me? I have the 9 secrets and 2 great emperors' ancient scriptures. I must kill you. He went mad. The devil pattern on his forehead became even thicker as he attacked. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally knew why Wang Teng couldn't recover after a setback. To be exact, he knew why Wang Teng could be revived. This was no longer completely him. There was something living in his body, and the so-called devil fetus was definitely not Wang Teng. North Thearka's devil transformation caused him to be unable to control himself. This should be another strand of qi activity occupying his body and causing havoc. A chill surged up in Yi Fan's heart. He couldn't let this person go and had to kill him completely. He shouted, "Devil fetus beheaded." The two fought intensely. Yi Fan released his unrivaled battle intent. After the 7th exchange, he sent the golden ancient chariot flying with a punch. The sharp spear swept across, and Wang Teng's blood-stained head flew diagonally. Yi Fan caught up and pierced the head with his spear, pinning him to the dark golden spear tip. Streaks of blood flowed down. "Tell me all your secrets." "I am Wang Teng." "No, I am the imprint left behind by the unrivaled Emperor of Undying Mountain. You can't kill me, huh?" Chapter 1084. The sharp tip of the spear flickered with a dark golden luster. Shocking bloodstains were dripping down as a skull was nailed on top of it. The black hair was stuck in the spear's head. Wang Teng's expression was fierce. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and unwillingness. He released his divine sense and roared, "You can't get the chaotic ancient scripture, let alone the ancient sovereign scripture. I won't leave it for you even if I die. As for the first word of the 9 secrets, I'm the only one who knows about it. Let it be lost forever." He screamed and roared as his mind was in chaos. The demonic rune on his forehead became clearer and clearer, making him look like he had lost his human appearance. Black light rushed into the sky above his head as an indescribable creature was about to be born. Yi Fan flicked his finger and specks of golden immortal light scattered the black light. Thunder rumbled in his palm as he tried to forcefully extract Wang Teng's primordial spirit. "You're no longer a pure Wang Teng. You're a combination of your original resentment and the shattered imprint of the Undying Mountain. Rather than living in pain like this, it's better to be freed earlier." Yi Fan chanted the scripture in order to purify Wang Teng. At the very least, he had to get rid of the mysterious imprint, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. "I'm undying. Void Monarch, I'm not done with you." A beast-like roar rushed out from Wang Teng's mind. His entire skull was cracked. Yi Fan was fearless as he chanted the expiation scripture. He wasn't worried about the reincarnation of an ancient sovereign. If that was the case, Wang Teng would have been controlled long ago. From this, it was only a strand of evil intent. No matter how terrifying a fragment of the spiritual imprint was, it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. "Kill." Wang Teng continuously roared, releasing a cruel demonic sound as he executed an indescribable secret technique. Black light rushed out from the top of his head and condensed into a devil fetus. It was completely black with thunderstorm wings on its back and a pair of dragon horns on its head. It stepped on chaotic light and looked rather mighty. It's already been killed by the Void Monarch for more than 100,000 years. It's just a strand of remnant wool that doesn't even know who it is. Yi Fan said coldly. He chanted the salvation scripture, and his entire body shone with boundless light, becoming more and more divine and auspicious. The black clouds immediately collapsed and continuously melted. Ah! Wang Teng and the shadows screamed together. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked. This head cracked apart. He immediately extracted the primordial spirit to read through its memories. This was a priceless immortal tomb that used the great emperor's inheritance. There were 9 secret wondrous techniques. I won't let you do as you wish. Wang Teng shouted loudly. His entire primordial spirit exploded, burning fiercely. Yi Fan seized it, not hesitating to use a saint artifact to suppress it. But it was very strange. His primordial spirit was difficult to control. It burned more and more fiercely. Even if he cut it, it wouldn't work. You can't have it, said Meng Hao. You can't control me. Ha! The 9 secrets will be lost forever. Yi Fan did everything he could to stop his divine destruction. The Meng secret was extremely important. It was a supreme wondrous technique for cultivating the primordial spirit. It could sense danger ahead of time. If it wasn't for the green immortal cauldron in his body that could hide him from heaven's mysteries, Wang Teng might be able to rely on the Meng's secret to foresee and not come here to kill him. Ah, you will never obtain the Meng's secret. Follow me to the end. Wang Teng's primordial spirit turned into an expanse of fiery light and disappeared inch by inch. If a person wanted to die, no one could stop them, especially something like the primordial spirit. It couldn't be restrained. After cultivating the 1,000 characters secret, his primordial spirit was incomparably special. Yi Fan found it difficult to seal it and even almost let him escape several times. At the same time, the black demonic fetus that had manifested wind and thunder wings and stepped on primal chaos light was also struggling to escape. Yi Fan fully used the 9 secrets and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to suppress it on the spot. Then, he observed Wang Teng's primordial spirit again. Let's end this. Wang Teng shouted loudly. The demonic fetus did the same thing, struggling violently at the same time. Then it exploded with a prung sound. It's over. Yi Fan's heart sank. There were secret treasures in their primordial spirits, and they had all exploded. Even a saint weapon couldn't restrain them and almost caused him to suffer serious injuries. The black arrow emitted a black light and blocked the energy storm. He only managed to cut off some primordial spirit fragments, and the light was completely annihilated. Hateful! Wang Teng's body and spirit were both destroyed. Only a dozen or so imprint fragments were left in Yi Fan's palm. It was useless to search carefully. They were all just distracting thoughts. Ancient reversion technique, reassemble the sea of consciousness. Yi Fan spread his hands and used the only secret technique in the Vedas. The wandering divine sense fragments gathered over, but it was a pity that they still couldn't find anything. He let out a long sigh because there was nothing he could do. Wait a moment, let me try. And Miaoi walked over gracefully. The ancient green lamp on her shoulder scattered faint Buddhist light, illuminating this place and forming a sea of consciousness world. Northern plains, within a great desert, there is a divine lake. This is the thing that left the deepest memories. Apart from this, there is nothing else, and Miaoi said. She used the Dharma to restore it, but she could only obtain these things. It was difficult to trace it back. The ancient green lamp flickered with light. Forget it, I can't force it. Perhaps the 9 secrets are destined to be scattered. It will take time to gather them all. Yi Fan didn't believe that the inheritance of the pre-word secret would truly be severed. Take care. And Miaoi left. They would have to part ways in the end. Yi Fan nodded and watched her disappear into the horizon. The ancient golden chariot and golden sword were rare secret treasures that were difficult to destroy. Yi Fan couldn't even estimate their level. These were sealed items that Wang Teng had never opened. I just happened to be lacking a carriage. It's really not bad. Yi Fan tossed the golden sword onto the chariot and put it away. This chariot and sword were most suitable for fighting on the battlefield. Yi Fan walked through the western desert for half a month. He looked at dozens of ancient temples and finally arrived at Mount Meru. He didn't go up and only watched from the distance. This was a mysterious and holy mountain that seemed to be cast from gold. From the distance, it was resplendent and surged with immortal light. It was unknown just how much faith power was flowing there. It was pure and holy, turning into streak after streak of light. In the end, it condensed into countless rivers that poured down and submerged that place. Mount Meru was vast and boundless, but there was even more faith power. It covered the entire mountain range like a vast sea covering the sky. The boundless expanse made the mountain range look like an island. The great Thunderclap Monastery could not be seen from the distance. One could only see the majestic mountain range. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of zhang tall it towered into the clouds. It was golden and holy. All types of spiritual birds danced about. It was like an immortal domain. In the end, Yi Fan left into the distance. He didn't ascend the mountain because he felt uneasy in this place. He didn't believe in Buddha, so entering the mountain would be harmful to his body. The Amitabha Great Emperor had shocked the past and present. Even if he wasn't the most mysterious Great Emperor, his methods were heaven-defying. Who knew what he had left behind? Yi Fan didn't want to provoke him. Goodbye, Western Desert. Yi Fan left into the distance. He stepped through the realm gate and crossed the void, heading towards the northern plains. He really didn't want to give up on the ancient chaos Great Emperor's ancient scriptures. The all-heaven wasteland was overgrown with weeds. It was a desolate grassland located in the northeastern part of the northern plains. There were rarely any signs of human habitation, and no one had ventured deep into this place for tens of thousands of years. There were packs of wild wolves in this place. Every moonlit night, one could hear the woo sounds. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In the distance, a wolf howled at the moon. A huge silver-white wolf was dozens of zhang tall. It swallowed the moonlight and howled loudly. Yi Fan traveled alone with a black spear in hand. He killed many monsters along the way and arrived at this wasteland. He was looking for a place, the ancient Chaos Desert. There was a divine lake inside. I've finally arrived. It's just up ahead. The huge silver wolf was startled. It turned into a ball of silver flame and fled. Yi Fan moved forward and saw a desert hidden at the end of the grassland. Early in the morning, mist lingered. He found the divine lake in the depths of the desert. Colorful clouds rose from it, sparkling and translucent. An immortal crane let out a long cry. It spread its wings and tore open the sky. It rushed out from a cliff and turned into a ray of immortal light. It landed on the ground with an unfathomable depth. It's you, the powerful human race's sacred body. The immortal crane spoke in the human language. It stood by the divine lake. Its wings were as white as jade and sparkled. I killed Wang Teng. Yi Fan had long heard that there was an immortal crane that protected Wang Teng. It had saved him from the Alcade Saint Child. I already know. His soul lamp has already been extinguished. I also sensed his death energy on you. Everything has been decided. The immortal crane sighed. It had no intention of attacking. Yi Fan looked at the divine lake that was filled with surging spiritual energy. The immortal crane spoke again. I brought him here when he was young and obtained the inheritance of ancient chaos Great Emperor. What a pity for an immortal seedling. After losing to you, the imprint of the undying mountain tainted the origin of his soul. Even if he didn't lose to you, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. The old crane sighed. After all, Wang Teng was raised by it. Now that it knew of his death, it couldn't help but sigh. I want to know, is ancient chaos Great Emperor really the other life of Ruthless? Yi Fan asked. There were rumors in the world that ancient chaos Great Emperor was one of the lives after Ruthless was reborn. This was because his self-cleaving Tao art was extremely similar to Ruthless. No. The old crane shook its head and denied it directly. Ancient chaos Great Emperor's life was full of ups and downs. He suffered many defeats and was disheartened many times. However, he had a huge fortuitous encounter. First, he obtained part of Ruthless cultivation technique, then he obtained part of Void Monarch's cultivation technique. Then, after 100 defeats, he gave birth to a demon fetus. Other great emperors have never been defeated in their lives. Only ancient chaos Great Emperor was defeated so badly that he almost lost his Tao heart. In the end, his mind was on the verge of collapsing. The immortal crane said, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor broke out of his cocoon and was reborn. The demon fetus was complete. In the end, he turned everything around. He defeated all his past opponents and reached the peak alone. North region was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one great emperor since ancient times. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's path was full of ups and downs. It might not seem like a big deal to say that he suffered defeats. However, the process was extremely cruel. He was separated by life and death. His lover died, his family died, his master was killed, and all his friends were wiped out. It was hard for outsiders to understand all sorts of tragedies. It was also because of this that he could still struggle and not give in after all the defeats. Because he was unwilling, he had to rise up. You should understand why I am here. Yi Fan said, if you are here for Great Emperor Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The underground palace is closed and no one can open it in 1,000 years. Unless the Great Emperor comes personally. The old crane said. Yi Fan frowned. He was unwilling. I didn't find an inheritor for Ancient Chaos Great Emperor and I feel guilty. 1,000 years later, I will definitely find an outstanding inheritor to make up for my mistake. The old crane spread its wings and took out an ancient wood. It was about 1/2 foot long and gave it to Yi Fan. This might contain the secret of the 4-word formula. You can study it. Wang Teng brought it back from East Baron when he was young. I don't want the inheritance of the 9 secrets to end. Yi Fan took it and bowed. Although the old crane nurtured Wang Teng, it was fair and didn't shield him. It considered the big picture. This piece of blue gold that fell from Ji family's ancestral hall was dyed with Void Emperor's blood. It is not to be underestimated. The old crane spread its wings and a demonic and terrifying piece of blue gold appeared in the sky. Chapter 1085. Eternal Blue Gold. A palm-sized piece of metal flickered with a mysterious luster. It was thousands of times more dreamy than a sapphire, making it hard for people to look away. This was an emperor-grade divine material, a rare immortal material that belonged to ancient great emperors. It was difficult for others to obtain. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen the eternal blue gold. It was so dazzling that it looked like a dream. Blue light circulated around it like the most dazzling star in the universe. However, its strangeness and terror also made one's heart palpitate. Droplets of blood rolled about, every single one so horrifying. They were like great seas, and if they were to roll down, they might be able to drown out all life. The blood of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. There was reverence in his eyes, as well as bewilderment as he carefully examined it. Without a doubt, the eternal blue gold was only a fragment, a weapon whose corner had been broken by someone. It was stained with the blood of the Void Emperor and fell from Ji family's ancestral hall. These circumstances made one's imagination run wild, and at the same time, they felt waves of horror. The Void Great Emperor suffered serious injuries, and there was a fragment within his body. After more than 100,000 years had passed, the aura contained within these drops of unmatched emperor blood had already scattered, and the Tao aura had been erased by the eternal blue gold. That was why it wasn't intimidating and could be approached. This piece of eternal blue gold contains a soul fragment that has tainted Wang Teng's soul. I don't want it to continue to wreak havoc in the world, so I'm going to throw it into the divine lake and suppress it with the tomb gate of ancient chaos great emperor. The red-crowned crane said, not planning on giving this precious emperor weapon immortal material to Yi Fan, fearing that it would bring about great trouble and seal it for eternity. Let bygones be bygones. Don't let them affect future generations. Boom. After the old crane finished speaking, it threw the eternal blue gold into the lake. The water splashed high into the sky, and then it soared into the sky, flapping its wings and crying loudly. 1,000 years later, the new generation of ancient chaos great emperor's inheritor will reappear in the world. He will be cleansed of all impurities and emit the most dazzling brilliance. Yi Fan walked out of the great desert. He turned his head back to take one last look before disappearing into the vast grassland. He held an ancient piece of wood in his hand. There was not the slightest bit of luster on it. When he flicked it, it clanged like metal. The antecedent word is related to it, but I can't see anything special about it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the old crane's hint, this piece of ancient wood was very important. If it was destroyed, the inheritance of the antecedents of the 9 secrets would be completely cut off. Yi Fan looked at it for a long time but did not find even a trace of the Tao. In the end, he put it away. Some scriptures could not be comprehended unless the time was right. It depended on fate. He left Northern Plains and stepped into the realm entrance. He entered Central Plains alone and headed for Unique Warrior Manor. He wanted to investigate the ancient starry sky path that led to outer space. Where will the so-called strongest trial in history be held? Over the past few days, the Eastern Baron had been in turmoil. The Celestial Prince had died, the 8 divine generals had been annihilated, and the great sage of Kuan-Zhou had been killed. Everyone in the Eastern Baron was discussing this matter. Although the Sacred Prince had taken all the blame, everyone knew that it was a mysterious person who killed the Sacred Prince. Who was this person? Everyone in the 5 regions wanted to know, and it became the focus of attention. People guessed that Yi Fan must have returned. Now, the Eastern Baron was not peaceful. A great battle had come to an end, but the storm had just begun. Although the victorious Fighting Buddha's power was boundless and could forcefully intimidate people, he had returned to Mount Meru after all. It was unknown when he would come down again. Many people wanted to find Yi Fan, especially the ancient race. They wanted to know what kind of world he had gone to and what secrets he had. Back then, no one had found the green cauldron in the battle of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple. People had reason to believe that the ultimate 5-colored altar might have some secrets related to it. But in the end, only Yi Fan had left through the Star Realm entrance. No one else could enter. Many ancient race people wanted to know if there was a connection. It might not be Yi Fan. Now that the saints from the outer space are coming, the path to immortality is about to open. Who knows, it might be the disciple of one of the saints. Of course, not everyone thought so. Some cultivators guessed that it might be the work of other outsiders. Impossible, the human race's sacred physique has definitely returned. Otherwise, why would he attack together with the Sacred Prince? Even that big black dog raised by AB*Teach has appeared. The majority of people firmly believed that the human race's sacred physique had returned. He had just arrived on this ancient planet, but he had already done something world-shaking. Killing the Heavenly Prince was undoubtedly a sensational event. In the streets and alleys of the Eastern Baron, wherever there were cultivators, the topic of discussion would be related to Yi Fan. Even the people of the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert were the same. These days, they were all speculating where he had gone and when he would show up. The human race's sacred physique is too powerful. He even killed the Heavenly Prince. Even Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin couldn't stop the tragedy. This is a tragedy, an ancient race member said. Humph, I think he hasn't had a good time these days. Even if the victorious Fighting Buddha has spoken and the saint-grade ancient kings won't act against him, I don't believe there aren't people who dare to take the risk. That's true. The immortal Heavenly Emperor is a deity respected by all races. He killed the Heavenly Prince and didn't allow him to take revenge. There must be saint-grade ancient kings who are furious. Even if they don't dare to act openly, they will still kill him in secret. That's right. He has the secret of traversing the star domains and knows of a mysterious ancient planet with life. Just this alone will make ancient kings want to find him. During these days, Yi Fan had left the Eastern Baron. Everyone was looking for him. Everyone wanted to be the first to find him. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? This was the consensus of everyone. In this era without saints, there were probably not many people who could be Yi Fan's opponent. The Heavenly Prince had been killed. This was a glorious achievement that was difficult to surpass. Huang Shudao, GZ, and the Sacred Prince were the few people who could be compared to him. Unless a powerful character from the outer realms descended, who could be his enemy? Yi Fan came to the Odd Scholar Manor and entered in a low profile. He didn't want anyone to recognize him. Now that the world was full of ups and downs, it was unknown how many people wanted to drag him out. Many years had passed, but the Odd Scholar Manor hadn't changed much. It was located on a celestial mountain with the densest spiritual energy. There were tens of thousands of layers of purple energy and dense immortal light lingered around. The orchid was rooted on the stone peak, the old flood dragon was playing in the deep pool, the luan was flying outside the jade palace, and the ancient qilin was lying alone in front of the stone platform. After so many years, the cultivators who stayed in the manor had long since become famous. They had more or less grown up and gradually replaced the older generation. In this era where the laws of the great Tao were developing, as long as they worked hard, the monstrous geniuses would shine and carve out their own heaven and earth. Revisiting this old place, Yi Fan looked at everything in the Odd Scholar manor and felt a bit nostalgic. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, the Central Emperor, and the others had all gone far away. Wang Ting had even died in his hands. The experts had left and were no longer in this world. Just what kind of place did they go to? How could it be called the most powerful training in history? Yi Fan walked along the road towards the Odd Scholar Manor's seclusion ground. After cultivating to this level, he felt more and more that the Odd Scholar Manor was unfathomable. Every layout was meticulously chosen. Stone mountains rose and fell, beautiful peaks were everywhere. Draconic energies surged from the great earth. Every outstanding disciple could have a mountain peak as their seclusion ground. There was a winding ancient road that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It seemed very short, but one would never reach the end. In our generation, those who died died and those who disappeared disappeared. Only a few of the heaven-defying geniuses from back then are left. There were tea houses and small wine shops on the side of the road built along the mountain. There were disciples of the Odd Scholar Manor and cultivators sitting down to discuss the world's situation. Do you guys think the divine physique has really returned? He's really too powerful. He even killed the heavenly prince. Who in the world can become his enemy? Who did you guys hear? Someone saw Wang Ting in the western desert. It's suspected that he was killed by the divine physique. A few cultivators watched the battle from afar. What? Even Wang Ting died? The North Emperor from back then, one of the top figures of the Odd Scholar Manor, the most powerful expert of the entire world's younger generation, the role model of his generation, fell just like that. Many people sighed. A heavenly genius of a generation ended up like this. They were shocked by Yi Fan's power. He swept through the top figures of the ancient race and the human race. He was clearly unrivaled. I really didn't think that after not hearing any news for more than 10 years, his strength would reach such a level. There are so many corpses on the path of corroboration. Saint children, divine children, ancient princes, and others all fell under his feet one after another. Why do I vaguely see the rise of a great emperor? A cultivator said. It really is hard to find an opponent. If Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin don't appear, no one in the present world can keep him in check. I wonder when those with ancient emperor bloodlines will fight against him. In the end, it will be difficult for him to corroborate the Tao. Who doesn't know that since the ancient times, there have only been great success saint physiques and no special cases of corroborating the Tao? Apart from this, can he avoid the saint-level ancient kings? Rumor has it that the ancient race is making strange movements. Someone might be secretly taking action. Yi Fan heard their discussion and frowned inwardly. However, he wasn't too worried. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide from heaven's mysteries. No one could deduce everything about him, so he didn't have to worry about being found. The owner of the tavern walked out. His coughing voice was very old as he looked at Yi Fan. You are? Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Odd Scholar Manor's manor lord from several generations ago. The old man spoke. He wiped the table clean with a rag and invited him to sit. He then placed a pot of aged wine and a few dishes. Put on. At the side, people were thrown into a complete mess. Cups and plates clattered everywhere. A group of people stood up in shock and looked at this old man in disbelief. The owner of the small tavern looked to be around 60 to 70 years old. He was senile and his eyes were turbid. He didn't look like an otherworldly expert at all. His hair was sparse and grizzled. Another unordinary saint physique has appeared in our human race. It is truly rare. More than 100,000 years ago, there were several saint physiques that left this place. One of them was unmatched in another starry sky, creating an immortal legend. There were also some who encountered emperor-level characters that shook the ancient cosmos. They shed blood and were buried in foreign lands, said the old man. Yi Fan was shaken inwardly. This was definitely a saint. There had long been rumors that the odd scholar Manor Lord was an old saint who lived in seclusion. He never expected to see him today. He really is our old Manor Lord, an ancient saint. It's him. This youngster has a saint physique. He is Yi Fan. Who would have thought that he truly returned and came to the central continent Immortal Manor? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but leave their seats. These two weren't ordinary people. Regardless of whether they were young or old, either one of them could shake the entire world. This was especially true for Yi Fan. If he walked out now, the central continent would be in an uproar and the eastern wasteland would explode. All the cultivators in the world would pay attention to him. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to find him. Come, sit down. Let's talk about the path to immortality and the most powerful trial in history. This old one has waited for you for 14 years. The old man arranged the bowls and plates and had Yi Fan sit down. He poured 2 cups of wine and raised his cup. Everyone was quite self-aware. They all backed up and stood outside the small tavern. Your troubles aren't small, the old saint said. Yi Fan didn't dare to be negligent. He helped him pour wine and earnestly asked, You are talking about the ancient race, right? Not only these people, but also them. The old man pointed at the sky and said, Saints from outside this region, which one of them who could step on the ancient starry sky path and find this place are ordinary? They are almost here. If they are accompanied by disciples, there will definitely be some stunning youngsters. You won't lack opponents. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the distance. It was very noisy, and many people were clamoring. Big news, super big news. Saints from outside this region have descended in the eastern wasteland. Rumor has it that they descended 2 days ago, but the news was sealed. Only now has it reached the central continent. The experts from outside this region have been received by an ancient race member. One of his disciples wants to challenge the heroes of the eastern wasteland and then fight his way to the central continent. He wants to challenge Huang Shudao, defeat the sacred prince, and suppress the saint physique Yi Fan. Chapter 1086. The sages from the outer realms had come to the eastern barren territory. This was a major event that would have a far-reaching impact. It foretold a magnificent era in the future. No one knew where they came from, but they all knew that ancient sages who could cross the star field were no small matter. They were absolutely world-shaking. In the small wine shop, the old chief of the unique warrior mansion looked calm and wasn't surprised at all. He had just pointed to the sky and said that the sages from the outer realms would come. How many divine physiques have entered and exited the starry sky from here? Well, I can't say for sure either. In short, their experiences were all extraordinary. I want to know where they went, Yi Fan asked. They went to a faraway ancestral land. Countless sages have fought there. If they don't bathe in divine blood, they can't be considered true experts, the old saint said. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. What kind of place was that? He had never heard of it before. It seemed to be an extraordinary ancient place. Nowadays, becoming an immortal is the common pursuit of all the strongest cultivators. They don't pay much attention to other things. Unfortunately, who can succeed? The old saint said. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, the central emperor, the west bodhisattva, the southern demon, and the others had all left. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that the old saint also mentioned another name, Alcade. He also went. What was left behind in the Alcade Holy Land wasn't his true body? Yi Fan was surprised. It's just an incarnation and a Tao body. His true body has been gone for 5 years. The old saint gave him a definite answer. At the same time, he revealed a secret. The reason why Qing Di could still prove his Tao after the great changes of the world was because he had entered the ancestral land from this place and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. Of course, Qing Di didn't go there as a disciple of the unique warrior mansion. Instead, he forcefully borrowed the road and fought his way to that star field, experiencing the baptism of many battles. This is a very cruel ancient road. I don't know what it is like. After all, I haven't experienced it. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, a group of people would go there every 10,000 years. At least one or two, at most a dozen. However, it was very rare for them to return alive. After such an endless amount of time, how many divine bodies have gone? It was recorded that there were 3 whose blood dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in foreign lands, falling along this path. So cruel? Yi Fan was shocked. Before the primordial age, the divine physique was definitely an almost invincible physique. When they were young, apart from the young great emperor, who could compete with it? What kind of path was this? Even the undefeatable great sage's body was drenched in blood. One could imagine just how dangerous and terrifying the path ahead would be. No wonder it was known as the most powerful trial in history. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that back then, the Black Emperor had seriously said that Emperor Wuxia had also walked this path. There were countless corpses beneath his feet, and blood flowed like rivers. He had met some extremely powerful enemies. What kind of person was Wuxia? He was powerful to the extreme. Even though he was far from achieving the Tao at that time, he wasn't someone others could compare to. The fact that he was able to encounter a formidable opponent was definitely shocking. Of course, being born in the same era as Wuxia was definitely a tragedy for those people. Their defeat was foreseeable. After all, he was the only one. There were only a few people left alive. Wuxia and Emperor Qing had returned. Even the 3 divine physiques had died. Their blood had dried up, and their cold corpses lay in disarray. Yi Fan lingered in the Qisha Manor for several days before leaving. He would wait for the ancient path to open half a year later and step into the mysterious Star Gate. In the eastern wasteland, a sage from outside the realm descended. The impact was enormous. Everyone was discussing this. The path to immortality was about to open, and this world would no longer be peaceful. Immortality was the ultimate goal of the great emperors of the past. However, it was still difficult to say whether or not the immortal domain truly existed. The ancient emperor and human emperor had both divined this great era and entrusted their hopes to the later generations. This era was finally about to arrive. Wang Su refuted the rumors, saying that he had never said that he would fight Huangshu Dao, defeat the sacred prince, or suppress the divine physique of the human race. He said that someone was trying to sow discord. Of course, he also said that he really wanted to exchange pointers with some young experts to improve his cultivation. Wang Su was the disciple of the saint from outside the realm. He had descended into this world with his master and senior brother. No one knew their origins. It was said that they had been invited as guests by a saint-level ancient king. Even though Wang Su refuted the rumors, there were still people who claimed that they had heard it with their own ears. Those words were not false. 2 days later, the Fire Qilin and Hualin met Wang Su in the northern divine city. They drank and chatted happily. However, in less than an hour, the towering wine tower broke apart. It cracked from the inside and then collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Many people saw Wang Su stagger out with a bloody nose and swollen face. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Wang Su fought with the ancient prince and suffered a great loss. To be able to survive under the ancient prince's attack and only have his face injured, his cultivation is truly astonishing. Many people whispered. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. The wine tower was in ruins. Wang Su's expression was gloomy and his face was swollen. "Brother Wang, please wait. I'm really sorry this time. I didn't think that the other imperial brother would arrive. There was actually a misunderstanding between you two," Hualin shouted with a smile. People were astonished when they heard this. It seemed that this was not the doing of the Fire Qilin Cave's brother and sister. Could it be someone else? Dust and smoke filled the air. People only saw a blurry silhouette in the distance and didn't see the true body. They all guessed. Could it be that the sacred prince came and defeated Wang Su because he was dissatisfied with his arrogant words? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, who would do this? Only the sacred prince has that kind of strength. No, that blurry silhouette seemed to be Huangshu Dao. People were suspicious, but they still couldn't determine who that blurry silhouette was. What does it have to do with me? However, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. The sacred prince suddenly appeared above the divine city and swept his rod over. Wang Su was shocked and angry. He had suffered a loss while drinking and was suppressed by Huang Shudao. Now, he was obstructed by a monkey. It was truly not going well for him. The real sacred prince has come. That person just now must be Huang Shudao. People suddenly understood. In the sky above the divine city, a battle unfolded. The sky collapsed, essence energy boiled, and rosy clouds covered the sun and moon. Wang Su was indeed powerful, but he was still a bit lacking compared to the sacred prince. He couldn't block that black metal rod and was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lower half of his body was smashed into a ball. The monkey left after the fight. He couldn't be bothered to give him another look and didn't take his life. I thought I could comprehend the Tao through battle, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. This Wang Su is truly unlucky. He was first suppressed by Huang Shudao and then almost beaten to death by the sacred prince. Does he really think he can look down on this ancient star just because he can travel through the star domain? He didn't even think about what kind of person he provoked. People discussed, and many people shook their heads. Nothing more than this. I thought he was quite powerful. Yi Tong was also in the divine city. A black cat followed beside him. It was formed from the Black Emperor. There was no helping it. It was too hateful, so it didn't dare to swagger around. Wang Su was almost beaten to death. His primordial spirit was split apart, and the lower half almost disappeared. He directly fell from the divine city and almost fell onto the limestone ground. Only when he was 2 zhang above the ground did he stabilize his body. He rushed into the sky with difficulty and looked at the divine city hatefully. This was a sad place that made him lose all face. Hey, you left just like that? I want to ask, did you say you wanted to defeat the sacred prince and suppress the human race's divine body? Yi Tong crossed his arms and stood in the distance as he asked. He was delicate and pretty, and his face was brilliant. So what if I did? Wang Su said with a cold expression. Everything was going wrong today. I want to say that you're still far from it. After a few years, after I sever the Tao, I reckon I'll be able to smash you into 8 pieces with a single slap. Yi Tong shook his head. How dare a brat that stinks of his mother's milk dare to be disrespectful to me? Wang Su immediately became angry. He forgot that his master and senior brother had reprimanded him and told him to refute the rumors. Today, he was beaten down again and again, and the veins on his forehead were knotted. He slapped down with his palm. This was the method of an expert at the peak of the Tao severing. Its power was naturally shocking, and it was as fast as divine lightning. Nay, a horse neighed, and a wild horse that didn't look all that majestic charged over angrily. It carried Yi Tong on its back and stepped into the sky, charging toward Wang Su. It was Longma. Of course, it didn't reveal its true form. It covered its dragon bones and true appearance, turning into a crazy horse. Otherwise, as an auspicious beast that only ancient emperors could possess, it would be too dazzling to appear in the world like this. Yi Tong rode on its back and was incomparably calm. Longma's own attack power was too high. It slapped forward with its hoof and clamored, "I'll step on your lungs." Boom! Wang Su was sent flying on the spot. His entire arm was almost broken, and there was a clear hoof print on his chest and lungs. He was almost trampled through. That seems to be Yi Tong, the disciple of the human race's divine physique. He actually came as well. Someone guessed Yi Tong's identity and revealed a strange expression. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the divine city. Wang Su's lungs were about to explode. It was fine that he was suppressed by Huang Shudao and the sacred prince, but even a brat dared to ride a fierce horse and collide with him. This made him really angry. You are the disciple of the human race's divine physique? I'll deal with you first, and then I'll settle the debt with him. Tisk, stop boasting. You only have this bit of ability. You won't even be able to get past me and the heavenly horse. Yi Tong shook his head with a calm smile. From Wang Su's perspective, this was a type of contempt and humiliation. Huang Shudao and the Sacred Prince came in person. The human race's divine physique was truly intolerable. He actually sent a disciple and a fierce horse over. He was truly looking down on him too much. He displayed his most powerful secret technique and unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. Even Longma couldn't help but be careful as it circled around him. Yitong also made his move. He displayed the sun god technique, and his entire body shone like a sun. Then he used his emperor-level secret technique and pushed it outwards. He truly has the divine physique style from back then. He is quite similar to the past Yi Fan. He is full of divine bravery. Many people sighed in admiration. Dong! Longma took action. With a single kick, it disintegrated Wang Su's most powerful attack. It carried Yitong into the sky and sent him flying several hundred zhang away. One man and one horse crossed the heavens. Behind them was an expanse of blood. Wang Su was trampled until he was deformed. His entire body was covered in blood, and even his bones were exposed. His lungs had been trampled through by the horse's hooves. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, yet this disciple already dealt with this Wang Su. Truly, I heard that this Yitong still hasn't gotten engaged. In the future, it will definitely be Yi Fan's turn. Now, it's the perfect time to form a marriage alliance. Many great sex people were moved. Quite a few people revealed looks of admiration. They were full of expectations towards this mature youth. Wang Su felt great hatred. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, and they sent a disciple and a fierce horse to seriously injure him. This was truly a type of great humiliation. My master's bloodline isn't weaker than others. The world's inheritance is unmatched. We will get revenge from you all. He left hatefully. However, this truly blamed Yi Fan wrongly. He had just arrived in the eastern wasteland and didn't make any arrangements. He didn't know about these things at all. Chapter 1087. There's still half a year to open the Starry Gate. Yi Fan frowned. Many years had passed and he didn't know how Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, and the others were doing. Had anyone died? The strong might not survive and the weak might not die. This ancient path was long, and if one felt it was too dangerous, they could choose to stop. They didn't have to reach the end. This was what the old saint had said. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron. Along the way, he looked at a corner of the blood-stained battle robe but didn't notice anything special. There weren't any words on it, only drops of blood that bloomed like plum blossoms. This was sent back by Ji Haoyue using a special method. Back then, even those from the Qishir Manor were shocked. They didn't know what kind of teleportation formation he had found and sent it to the blood-stained robe. Divine King Ji sent back the blood-colored battle robe. No one knew what kind of message he was trying to convey. Ji Ziyue stepped onto the starry path and headed for the outer realm. The divine diviner of the Central Plains predicted many years ago that the path to immortality is about to open. This world will be extremely terrifying, and those who aren't saints will all be ants. The Central Sovereign, Bodhisattva, and Alcade left to avoid calamity. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was what the old saint from the Qishir Manor had said before he left. It involved some secrets that outsiders didn't know about. The divine diviner had died many years ago. To be more precise, he was struck to death by heavenly lightning. This was because he had violated a taboo and revealed secrets that shouldn't be probed. It was related to ancient emperors and immortality. This starry ancient path wasn't exclusive to the Big Dipper planet. There might be a node ahead. This was what the Qishir Manor had learned from a mysterious channel. Could it be that the Yangxiang clan walked ahead with the ginseng fruit tree and I also entered this ancient path on the Green Ox, an ancient planet called Flying Immortal? Or even further away, divine blood splattered everywhere. Is this where the ancient people fought? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron and stood on a mountain peak that pierced through the sky. After so many years, he had grown up from the lowest level of cultivators. He could already stand tall and look down on the world. However, this wasn't enough. Who is buried in the Immortal Mausoleum? Is there an emperor in the divine ruins? When will I be able to enter the deep desolate ancient abyss to take a look? When will I be able to enter the undying mountain to dig up immortal medicines? When will I be able to enter the origin ancient mine to take a look? There were 7 forbidden zones in the eastern wasteland. Since ancient times, no one had been able to truly understand them. Yi Fan thirsted for power, hoping that one day he could truly rise up and not fear the forbidden zones. He wanted to thoroughly understand them. So many years have passed, where is little Nan Nan? Why has she disappeared? Poor little fellow, how can we find her? This was a sore spot in Yi Fan's heart. Back then, the pure, innocent and pitiful little Nanan had mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. Use everything we have. We must find her at all costs. This was Yi Fan's wish. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for the little girl. At this moment, he was standing in Yen country. Unfortunately, this capital city had already been destroyed under the Heavenly Prince's attack. It no longer existed. Back then, he met little Nanan here. He still remembered her appearance. Her clothes were tattered, and her shoes were so small that even her toes were exposed. Her large eyes were pure and flawless, yet her head was lowered. She told him that she was very hungry and pitiful. If it wasn't for little Nanan's rainbow-colored stone, Yi Fan would have died in the ancient desolate forbidden land a long time ago. The reason he was able to heal his great Dao injuries was all thanks to her. Where is she? Yi Fan thought about how she was young and lonely, yet she had suffered the warmth and coldness of the human world. His heart was filled with bitterness. After so many years, the Black Emperor had searched for her like crazy, but to no avail. He didn't know where she was, and there had never been any news. And now Yi Fan had returned. He once again used the power of various channels and didn't hesitate to use the divine phoenix blood scarlet gold as a reward. Once the information was proven to be valuable, there would be a reward. When will the path of immortality open? Yi Fan stood outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He once again observed the 9 sacred mountains. And with the heavenly eye, he could even clearly see the 9 immortal medicines and the 9 divine springs. The 9 spirit roots were divided by a perfect 9 wonder divine medicine. Sooner or later, they would become one. The ancient royal family of the divine silkworm ridge had always been waiting. This was a divine medicine that belonged to them. What exactly is there under the ancient desolate abyss? Is there really a path to the immortal domain, or is it something else? Or is it like what the ancients guessed, that there is an immortal in slumber? Yi Fan's thoughts were endless, and he thought of many possibilities. Li Xiaoman fell down and turned into ashes. Or did she become a desolate slave? That day, during the final battle, Li Xiaoman resolutely and decisively jumped into the abyss. When she turned her head to look at him, her expression was so complicated. 2 streaks of sparkling tears hung down her cheeks. It seemed like a brilliant smile, but also incomparably sorrowful. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart was still moved. He sighed and shook his head. It was difficult to understand what she was feeling right now. Just what kind of background does the unparalleled existence below have? There are 9 immortal roots divided by the 9 wonder divine medicine here. Could it be that this forbidden area was formed by the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race? After the ancient race awakened, there were people who made such a guess. The divine silkworm had 9 transformations, and each transformation was a life. To become the emperor of the divine silkworm race, one had to undergo the ultimate 10th transformation. This place might have been formed by the remains of the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race. 9 immortal lives, and the 10th life was heaven-defying. However, the human race believed that there might be an immortal here. It was completely different from the ancient race's speculations. It was rumored that there might be a great emperor who had become an immortal here. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He sensed 2 gazes. He turned his head and saw a green-robed man on a cliff not far away. He was also looking into the ancient desolate abyss. This was a very powerful man in the Dao-severing realm, and he had the blood energy of a half-saint. Even though his divine might was restrained, he still felt as if he were facing an eternal immortal furnace. Within his body, there seemed to be a mighty power that could collapse the heavens. If it was released, it would be a threat even to imperial princes. It was far more powerful than ordinary half-saints. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When did such a person appear? He had never seen such a powerful human cultivator before. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The green-robed man looked quite young. He nodded towards him, then turned around and continued to observe the forbidden area. At the same time, Yi Fan saw a thatched hut on the other side of the forbidden area. It was located on a mountain peak, and there was a blurry figure standing there. Yi Fan's body immediately went cold, and he was shaken. Even through this forbidden area, those two gazes were still so terrifying. Just how shocking of a cultivation was this? It was a saint. Moreover, it was unfathomable, and he had never seen a saint before. Could it be that another saint from beyond the wastelands has arrived in the eastern wastelands? He deduced the location of the path to immortality and wants to stay here for a long time? Yi Fan's heart tightened. Not long after, the young green-robed man left and flew towards the other side of the forbidden area. He appeared in front of the thatched hut and paid his respects to the blurry figure. Could it really be a saint from beyond the wastelands? The path to immortality has opened, and chaos is about to start from here? Yi Fan observed and didn't dare to go over. He could come and go as he wished with the forbidden area between them. If he lost this barrier and faced a saint of unknown origin, he would feel apprehensive. Someone else has come. A realm gate opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was an old man covered in Dao marks, and 2 young men followed behind him. One of them was Wang Su, and his expression was dark and gloomy. They also chose a mountain peak and built a thatched hut. They guarded the peak and gazed towards the forbidden area. I've never seen them before. This means that 2 saints from beyond the wastelands have arrived. They must have come to immortality to be able to traverse the star regions. Their cultivations are definitely shocking. Yi Fan didn't want to provoke any of them. He avoided them and circled to the other side of the forbidden area, maintaining his distance. He believed that even saints couldn't cross this forbidden area in an instant. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared. Yi Fan's heart tightened, and a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly turned around and gazed into the depths of the forbidden area. He saw a few figures appear above the abyss of the ancient desolate land, and every one of them wore extremely ancient clothing. Desolate slaves. At the same time, the owners of the 2 thatched huts walked forward. Their eyes shot out a terrifying light as they entered the forbidden area to take a closer look. Without a sound, an even more terrifying aura appeared. The great Tao of heaven and earth became chaotic, and the rules and order were about to collapse. The time and space where the forbidden area was became dark. A blurry figure appeared. There were shackles on his body, and black mist curled around him. He stood at the entrance of the abyss. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Even a saint couldn't do anything. Was he or she desolate? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't expect to see him again. This was definitely an invincible existence. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha came with 3 emperor weapons, but he could only retreat. At the last moment, he used the decree of an ancient emperor to stop this person. The 2 saints in the 2 thatched huts couldn't help but take a step back. In the black mist, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes swept past them as if they were lifeless objects. The southern region is in chaos. The path to immortality might really be here. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, his body tensed up. In the abyss of the ancient desolate land, that supreme existence's eyes pierced through the black mist and looked at him. It was as if it could see through his body and see through everything. At this moment, the broken green cauldron in his body trembled a few times, as if it felt an indescribable pressure. Yi Fan was shaken and couldn't help but take a step back. This existence, whose gender was unknown, had definitely seen the universal origin cauldron. On the other side of the river, in front of the 2 thatched huts, the ancient saints also looked over because they felt that desolate's eyes seemed to have swept over Yi Fan. They were all a bit surprised. Swoosh! The next moment, Yi Fan directly opened the realm gate and walked in without looking back. He couldn't stay in this place for long. A great chaos is about to arrive. Perhaps it will be an unprecedented catastrophe, he said to himself. The saints from the outer realms had chosen this place as soon as they arrived. This was a big problem. Time and space twisted. Yi Fan appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. He didn't leave the southern region. He wanted to take a look around the wavering light Holy Land. Half a day later, he arrived alone and appeared in front of a magnificent deity ground. As soon as he arrived, he revealed a strange expression and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was just like what Duanda had said. The terrain was too strange. Looking from afar, the terrain in front of him suddenly rose, as if there was a huge mound of earth standing on the earth. The mound of earth was very big. If he wasn't the Yuan Taoist master who paid great attention to the layout of the terrain, he wouldn't have noticed such changes at all. This was because on the mound of earth, there were beautiful mountains and valleys. There were even waterfalls and flowing springs, forming its own scenery. From an outsider's point of view, this was just an area with a higher terrain. It could be called a plateau. Only Duanda, a tomb raider, and Yi Fan, a dragon vein seeker, could see something strange. Could it be that this is really a big tomb with some inexplicable mysteries? He exclaimed in his heart. On a big tomb, there were beautiful mountains, thousand-zhang tall waterfalls, qilin beasts, golden crows flying in the sky, and auspicious grasses everywhere. The more it was like this, the more frightening it was. I wonder if this place has any connection with the forbidden ancient land? Yi Fan shook his head, feeling that he was a bit too sensitive. Chapter 1088. This highland had the layout of a soaring dragon, the power of a flying immortal, and the cry of a phoenix. It was a rare sight. Mountain ranges intersected, and the mountain ridges were like the backs of dragons, as if they could jump up at any time and soar into the sky. Strange peaks rose up together, as if they were flying immortals, and the clouds were rising. Green pines, green cypresses, strange rocks, and silver waterfalls fell down, producing a sound like the cry of a phoenix. If one were to tell others that this vast terrain was a large tomb, no one would believe it. Even Yi Fan was shaking his head. Woof! On the other side of the Yaoguang Holy Land, there were also a few people wandering around, observing the terrain here. A black dog that was as strong as a bull stuck out its tongue and drooled as it stared inside. There was also a longma with its 4 hooves burning with raging flames. It raised its head and circled the Yaoguang Holy Land, looking arrogant and untamed. There was another youth that was shining brightly behind them, sizing up the scenery inside the mountain gate. It was the Black Emperor, Longma, and Yi Tong. They had come to scout the way and were eyeing the Yaoguang Holy Land, staring at this large tomb. Why isn't that tomb robber here yet? Didn't he speculate that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the emperor's tomb would rush out? It's time to make a plan. Longma shook his horse's mane. They had come in a group to rob the large tomb under the Yaoguang Holy Land and were waiting for the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. I heard that the Yaoguang king's true body isn't here and has long gone to the outer realm. This time, he most likely avoided a disaster. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if this place exploded? The Black Emperor said. They didn't dare to get too close. After all, this was a holy land, and there were ancient formation marks inside the mountain. Once it was activated, even the Black Emperor would be at a loss. To become an immortal and build one's Tao, the stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is sad. One sleep, the emperor falls, the celestial court has collapsed. Where to go? A desolate voice sounded, startling the Black Emperor and Longma. Yi Tong was also shocked and looked for the source of the voice. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat walked over. His steps were steady as he walked along the river. There was a kind of transcendence to him, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Who is this? Longma asked in bewilderment. It's rare. After sleeping for 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect to see such a beauty after waking up. The man stopped and stared at Yi Tong through the bamboo hat. You have the same physique as someone I met in the past. To be honest, the sudden appearance of such an otherworldly expert had left everyone a little surprised and dumbfounded. Who is that person? Yi Tong asked carefully. The Sun Saint Emperor, the newcomer replied calmly. Yi Tong staggered, and Longma also took a few steps back. Who is this master? It was a little scary for him to be so arrogant. "Who are you? What is your background?" The Black Emperor asked vigilantly. "I achieved the Tao during the archaic years. I slept for 1,000,000 years, and my home was under this great tomb. Who would have thought that an undying holy land would be built on top of this tomb?" The elder released a long sigh. He was deeply moved by the vicissitudes of time and the passage of time. He felt helpless inside. When the two cultivators who passed by heard this, their hairs stood on end and their bodies went cold. A living ancestor. Yi Tong and the dragon horse looked at each other. This was too frightening. They had originally come for the big tomb under the arcade ground. Duanda had said that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the tomb would charge out. Was it really true? This was just too ancient. They had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They had seen a monster that deserved to be struck by lightning. The world doesn't match my wishes. I have tears streaming down my face. I drink in the courtyard and sit outside the window for 1,000,000 years. The elder sighed. Yi Tong didn't believe it. Longma was also confused. Living for 1,000,000 years, sleeping and being sealed in the source of God? But according to what he said, it didn't seem like it. "Forget it, it is fate that we met today. Kneel down and I will grant you the opportunity to become a celestial." The elder sighed. "What is your background?" The Black Emperor bared his teeth. "I have become a celestial for 1,000,000 years. I am the only celestial in the world. The Emperor of the Celestial Court is my disciple." "In an eternal dream," the elder said. "You have seen the Sun Saint Emperor?" Yi Tong asked. "I have given him some pointers." "Why you here?" Longma's body was burning with flames. "The tomb under the Alcade's sacred land is my resting place. The desolate ancient abyss is also my place of enlightenment. I am just resting here," the elder said. The two cultivators who passed by were even more scared. They felt dizzy and confused. They knelt down and begged him to take them as disciples. "Skin him." The Black Emperor suddenly cleared his throat, opened his bloody mouth and pounced forward. "I will step on your lungs." Longma also jumped up. Flames burned under his hooves and surged. Yi Tong also didn't say a word. She went around to the old man's back and hit him on the back of the head with a big stick. The elder dodged the Black Emperor's big black claws, Longma's dragon hooves, and Yi Tong's stick. He waved his hands and retreated more than 10 meters. "I have come as promised." Duanda threw away his raincoat and bamboo hat. His face was red. It was obvious that he had been living well recently. The two cultivators who passed by had awkward and depressed expressions. They were slapped by Duanda and immediately forgot what had happened. They were teleported far away. "I have obtained a secret treasure." "How is it?" "Even with your heaven's eye, you can't see through it. Do you think I can swagger in if I become an important person at the light-shaking realm?" Duanda said. He had been too cocky just now. Otherwise, his aura and charm would be completely different from before. It would be difficult to guess his identity. This is a piece of divine skin. It is very mysterious and makes people feel close to it. It can bewitch people and has endless uses, Duanda said. This was the treasure he had just dug out. Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the dragon horse were birds of a feather. Some time ago, they had been plotting to get their hands on the Yaoguang Emperor's tomb. Now they were officially here. The scenery inside the light-shaking sacred land was beautiful. Immortal chi flickered about, and tens of thousands of rays of light intertwined with each other. It was an auspicious and extraordinary scene. The ancient trees didn't have many years to grow. Mountain rocks rose up, spiritual springs gurgled, and auspicious beasts roamed. This place was magnificent and magnificent. Yi Fan took a detour and just happened to pass by the Black Emperor and the others. They didn't meet because this highland was very wide. The light-shaking realm occupied the center, and there was a large uninhabited area. He didn't leave for many days, and the other people who had designs on the light-shaking realm didn't stay idle either. They were all working hard. Duanda's expression was solemn. He patted his chest and said that this place was definitely an ancient tomb. It was extremely rare and contained unimaginable secrets. I will let you see my true abilities. I can also change the heavens and earth and speed up the opening of this ancient tomb. When the time comes, We can fight for the immortal treasures. He started to dig a hole. Using burial techniques, he connected the dragon chi in the veins of the earth and gathered it toward the huge mound. Of course, he didn't dare to get too close because the center was the light-shaking Holy Land. If he touched the formation of the immortal inheritance, he would be in trouble. In these few days, Yi Fan was also moving. He didn't go deep and just stood on a mountain peak. He used an origin technique to carve some marks for future use. Half a month later, a loud sound came from this highland. Duanda, the big black dog, and Longma ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boundless celestial being, I accidentally activated the earth chi in the tomb. The dragon graveyard has awakened. I estimate that this place will be in big trouble soon, Duanda said after escaping to a place where there was no one. You didn't do this properly. What if the light-shaking Holy Land is destroyed? The Black Emperor had a compassionate expression. F*CK, fake compassion. Weren't you the one who encouraged me to activate the tomb? Duanda said. Inform the light-shaking Holy Land. Don't let anything really happen, Yi Tong said worriedly. Duanda shook his head and said, there's no need for that. They know better than anyone what kind of place this is. They chose this place back then because they knew what was going on and knew that something would happen to the tomb. I only made it happen 1 or 2 months earlier. In the distance, another loud sound came from the highland. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. This day has finally come. In a sealed stone room, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. The room was bright and full of fragrance. Boom! The light-shaking Holy Land trembled continuously. Huge cracks spread, and the mountain peak shook. An unusual aura appeared in the highland, making people tremble and want to kneel down. The entire light-shaking Holy Land was in chaos. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since something like this had happened. It was as if the Holy Land was going to collapse. Light-shaking Holy Land disciples, gather immediately. An old voice suddenly echoed through the mountains. Everyone was shocked and quickly quieted down, gathering towards the immortal martial field. We are going to relocate our sect. This news was like a clap of thunder. Everyone was stunned. A great sage was actually going to relocate from its original location? This was something that rarely happened. The highland began to tremble as cracks began to appear all over it. Some places even began to cave in, shocking everyone. Presumably, the Holy Land would collapse in less than half a month. This place helped me reach the light-shaking Holy Land, but we have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, a disaster will befall us. Disciples, return to your positions. Obviously, the higher-ups of the light-shaking Holy Land had made preparations a long time ago. They had predicted this day's events many years ago and had prepared a way to deal with it. A muffled sound rang out as a celestial light illuminated the sky, causing the sun to dim. All of the beautiful mountain peaks began to rise from the ground. More specifically, a large portion of the highland was lifted off the ground, carrying the light-shaking Holy Land into the sky. The palaces, buildings, and cities that were originally floating in the air began to rise again. It was as if a small continent had risen into the sky. The light-shaking Holy Land's ancient formation was not damaged. The ancient trees were still there, and the old medicines were still fragrant. All of the spiritual birds and auspicious beasts had not fled, and the buildings were still grand and majestic. A large black cauldron floated in the sky, and even the traces of the great Tao were suppressed. Its entire body flickered with a dark golden light, and it was extremely mysterious. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, the sun, the moon, and the stars were engraved on its surface. It was precisely the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. The light-shaking Holy Land's elders took it out and suspended it in the sky. Tens of thousands of Tao marks descended, tightly protecting the entire ancient land. They were afraid of being attacked along the way, so they took out their supreme emperor weapon to defend themselves. That day, the entire southern region was shaken. Many of the ancient sects were shaken. The glorious great sage had actually chosen to relocate from its original location. This was truly a shocking piece of news. Through the realm gates and transportation formations, this news quickly spread throughout the 5 regions and shook the entire world. Let's hurry to the southern region. The light-shaking Holy Land is definitely going to undergo a shocking change. For us, this might be a great opportunity. Some of the ancient sect masters knew a few secrets, and their reactions were extremely fast. What will happen there? 90% of the people were confused. A great ancient secret is most likely going to be revealed. An old sect master muttered. The light-shaking Holy Land's supreme emperor, on a stormy night filled with lightning and thunder, forged the emperor weapon, the dragon-marked black gold cauldron. It was known as the world's greatest miracle. Some people said that it was the blood, sweat, and tears of generations of sages, advancing wave after wave, using their lives to forge it. This was the result of the sect's 50,000 years of common worship. However, there were always rumors that this was not the case at all. The world was suddenly thrown into chaos. It was unknown just how many cultivators immediately set out towards the southern region. Chapter 1089. The shaking light realm cracked. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of immortal light. It was as if a divine core was going to rush out from within, rising and falling. Many people were greatly alarmed. As the entire Holy Land rose into the air, this emperor weapon surged with immortal multicolored light, resonating with the high ground. It actually seemed like it was going to fall down. What is going on? Hurry and activate it. The sect members were greatly alarmed. The entire Holy Land was engraved with ancient formations, and the outside world was constructed with flying immortals. If something unexpected happened, the losses would be disastrous and immeasurable. Go! A piece of divine source appeared, flickering with blinding light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an old man sealed within. He had white hair and was sitting cross-legged within. This was an ancient person whose strength was difficult to estimate. This was a great trump card of the shaking light realm. Shio! The black emperor cauldron floated up and down. Endless strands of multicolored light and tens of thousands of Tao splendor shone. Immortal energy surged within the cauldron, releasing primal chaos thunder. It immediately stabilized. With an ancient saint activating the black gold cauldron, the situation was naturally completely different. It completely stabilized the situation. On the high ground, there were tens of thousands of several-meter-wide cracks. Every single one extended for more than 10 li. With Kacha sounds, the immortal earth was about to collapse. The black emperor cauldron in the air released countless strands of immortal light. It flourished brilliantly, making all living beings tremble. They couldn't help but bow down in worship. It wrapped around the entire Holy Land and quickly flew into the distance. Everyone in the shaking light realm released a breath of relief. Just now, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power that resonated with the black immortal cauldron. It almost broke free from their control and caused them to lose this cauldron. The ancient grave was about to collapse. The southern region was thrown into an uproar. Many ancient sects took action and hurried over. Even the shaking light realm themselves, after arriving at the spiritual land they had already scouted, immediately sent experts back. They occupied a favorable location and paid close attention. They didn't want to completely give up. This was a great chaos. The southern region was in an uproar, and the eastern wastelands was also in an uproar. Central continent, southern mountains, and other places cultivators all moved out. Even the ancient races people came. Immeasurable celestial being. Fortunately, this poor Taoist had long since made preparations and dug out a secret path formed from Tao marks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seized the initiative. Duanda's expression was that of a swindler. Over the next few days, this plateau gave off waves of terrifying fluctuations. The ground continued to crack and deform. The central prefecture's dragon-seeking earth master frowned as soon as he arrived. They were another group of eccentric people after Yi Fan and Duanda. They could observe the mountains and rivers and survey the terrain. This place defies the will of the heavens. No wonder the light-shaking realm was able to flourish for hundreds of thousands of years. It is simply too extraordinary. However, the mysteries of the heavens do not appear, and everything is chaotic. I can't see anything. The dragon-seeking geomaster had extraordinary means. He noticed something strange at first glance. If not for Duanda and Yi Fan making a move one after another and setting up this place, he might have been able to figure something out. Duanda, Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and Longma all hid themselves, because the people of the ancient race had come, and they did not want to cause any trouble. Yi Fan naturally paid attention to this as well. A while ago, he had killed the Heavenly Prince and caused a huge uproar. Even if he had the victorious Fighting Buddha's protection, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people who would take the risk out of desperation. As expected, after the ancient race appeared, the atmosphere changed greatly. Some powerful half-sages opened their heavenly eyes and scanned the surroundings. They were obviously searching for someone. It can't be that a sage-level ancestor king has come, right? Yi Fan stood on a blue stone and observed the crowd. His heavenly eyes were different from the others and could see through all falsehoods. There were figures everywhere in this place. The entire mountain region was filled with cultivators. All of the experts of the world moved upon hearing the news. They were all discussing ancient secrets. Back then, the light-shaking realm was able to forge an emperor weapon. It was definitely not the result of 50,000 years of worship, nor was it carved by generations of ancient sages. Rumor has it that a supreme existence had descended on that rainy night and forged the Emperor Cauldron. Now that the light-shaking realm had been split apart and relocated, people naturally had no more restraints. They began to talk about some of the secrets here. Black patterned gold was extremely difficult to find in the world, especially one that was more than half a square meter. It was truly too rare. It could be said that the light-shaking realm had great luck to be able to obtain it. One has to understand that not even the great ancient emperors were able to forge emperor weapons because they lacked the materials. This type of immortal material was incomparably difficult to find. It was as if they were prostrating themselves to a deity. They forged this black gold into the shape of a cauldron and placed it on the central immortal peak. All disciples who entered the sect had to pray and earnestly kowtow every day. That was a glorious era. Even though the light-shaking realm didn't produce any emperors, there were countless sages and virtuous beings. Outstanding characters emerged from each generation, and after 50,000 years, it was unknown just how many sage imprints were carved into the cauldron. It was to the extent where there were 2 great sages who offered their lives and souls. Before passing away in meditation, they poured their entire cultivation into the cauldron and interweaved it into a mark. People all said that they were the ones who moved the heavens in the end. That was why on that mysterious rainy night, millions of strands of immortal light and tens of thousands of streaks of primal chaos submerged the cauldron. It was refined to the extreme and turned into an emperor weapon. Could it be that the reason why the emperor weapon was forged back then was related to this strange terrain? People stared at the enormous earth mound and continuously pondered. It looks like a great tomb. Finally, a dragon-seeking master from the central continent cried out in alarm. This place immediately erupted. Everyone was shaken, and there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. Could it be that on that mysterious rainy night, there really was something else hidden? An unmatched emperor-level figure created the light-shaking Holy Land, and all of the lightning and thunder were actually the great emperor forging the cauldron? Even the ancient races couldn't remain calm. They all continuously surrounded this place and watched. The earth mound collapsed and cracked apart, becoming more and more mysterious. Strands of Tao light interweaved outwards. A powerful aura covered heaven and earth. Golden radiance shone brilliantly. 6 archaic vicious beasts had all severed their Tao. They pulled an ancient war chariot over, forcing everyone to retreat. This war chariot contained blazing golden light. It was like a treasure that saw the light of the heavens. There was actually a strand of ancient emperor aura pervading the air. This is someone from the Golden Imperial clan. Someone said in a low voice. One of the ancient imperial clans. They had previously suppressed the archaic era and their name shook the entire ancient star. This clan had a golden mace that could strike immortals above and all living things below. It was incomparably terrifying. Not long ago, The Golden King used this emperor weapon to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha. However, he was no match and returned in defeat, using his divine marrow to redeem his life. It's actually a woman. Everyone was shocked. When the 6 ancient beasts approached, a woman walked out from within. She stood on the war chariot and looked down on the world. Her figure was tall and slender. She had a head of long golden hair that shone like a sun deity. She was resplendent and dazzling, and even her eyes were golden. The specks of golden radiance were intimidating. However, her skin was snow-white like jade, smooth and tender. Her entire being was otherworldly, and her temperament was outstanding. She was like a sun goddess with exceptional style. She is the Golden Bloodline's ancient imperial daughter. Who would have thought that she would appear in this world? An ancient emperor's daughter, one of the present world's most powerful bloodlines, actually came here. No wonder there were 6 Tao-severing ancient beasts pulling the chariot. The ancient race's people discussed among themselves. The human race's cultivators were all shocked. Sure enough, the great imperial clans all had imperial prince-level figures that were sealed. They lived until this era, waiting for the path of immortality to open. The Golden Clan's heavenly lady arrived. As her clan's princess, she was extremely powerful. There were 2 men following her war chariot. They hurried over together. One of them wore sky-blue precious clothes. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered about. His figure was tall and slender, and his appearance was outstanding. He had phoenix eyes, and this was a young man with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the other person was someone many people recognized. It was precisely Wang Su, the one who had been suppressed by Huang Shudao in the Divine City not long ago, and then had his bones broken by the sacred prince. In the end, his lungs were trampled to pieces by Longma. He came from outside this region. Could it be that the phoenix-eyed man is his senior brother? I heard that the Golden Clan had invited that ancient saint from outside this region to be their guest. Now, the relationship between the two isn't shallow. Wang Su suffered a great defeat in the Divine City not long ago and lost all face. Now that he appeared again, no one was interested in him. Most of them were staring at the Golden Heavenly Lady and the Phoenix-eyed man. The Golden Clan's princess released 2 streaks of brilliant light from her golden pupils. They extended for several dozen li and swept through the sky, passing over everyone's bodies. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of light made it impossible for one to hide. Regardless of whether one changed their appearance or hid their origin, they would all be revealed. These 2 streaks of golden light were like demonic mirrors. She's looking for someone. This is an innate divine ability of the Golden Bloodline. It's comparable to the secret techniques of ancient emperors. They are born with golden pupils, and they can see through all illusions. No one can hide their true appearance from them. Not good. In the distance, the large black dog leaped up. At this moment he had transformed into a black cat and appeared on the spot. Yi Tong was also swept by the light. His entire body immediately shone with boundless light, revealing the bloodline of the ancient Sun Emperor. Every inch of his muscles was shining. Fortunately, Longma was far away from this place. Otherwise, once it was exposed as a mount that only an ancient great emperor could possess, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and he would be hunted down by everyone. It's them. Wang Su gritted his teeth. Oh, he's the disciple of the human race's sacred physique. He's indeed extraordinary. The phoenix-eyed man was surprised. He stretched out a jade-white hand and pressed forward, wanting to seal Yi Tong. Beside him, the light in the Golden Clan's princess' golden pupils receded, and she returned to normal. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Only her golden hair danced in the wind, as if it was burning with divine flames. Everyone understood that Wang Su wanted to get back at them. Last time, he had suffered a great defeat, and he was too ashamed to show his face. Now, his senior brother had come out to demand an explanation. The phoenix-eyed man's snow-white crystalline finger turned into a large palm that flew over quickly. The void was easily torn apart like a window frame. Woof! The large black dog knew how powerful this attack was, so he blocked this attack for Yi Tong. He didn't dare to let him face the attack, because this was the attack of a half-saint, and it was the super powerful kind. Bang! The Black Emperor's large claws shook off the lustrous white palm. His large eyes were wide open, glaring angrily. "I'll deal with him," the Golden Clan's princess said. Her eyes flashed again, and a golden beam of light flew out, slashing toward the Black Emperor. When the bloodline of an ancient emperor attacked, heaven and earth would resonate. Their blood could innately obtain the recognition of the great Tao. "Damn it, let's leave this place first," the Black Emperor said in a low voice. He didn't want to fight with someone here. After all, everyone was watching and there were many ancient races here. If this went on for a long time, he would be at a great disadvantage. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was afraid that Yi Tong would be injured. This child hadn't severed his Tao and hadn't grown up yet, so how could he deal with a half-saint? "None of you can leave," Wang Su shouted. The phoenix-eyed man pressed forward and attacked again. He wanted to capture Yi Tong. "Don't let a single one of them escape," the Gold Princess spoke up. Some powerful ancient race beings appeared from all directions and surrounded the Black Emperor. "If I want to leave, which one of you can stop me?" The Black Emperor took out a chessboard formation and brought Yi Tong inside. He was about to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" The phoenix-eyed man snorted coldly. He was determined to make Yi Tong stay. Light flashed in his hand, and a powerful secret weapon appeared. In an instant, it tore through the void and slashed into the realm gate. The Black Empress tried to block it, but she was still a bit too slow. She was unable to seal off part of the shockwaves. "Pooh!" Yi Tong spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was snow-white. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary and difficult to find in this world. Otherwise, he would most likely be in danger. "How dare you injure my disciple?" Yi Fan let out a cold snort. He tore through the vacuum in the distance and descended from the sky. Bang! He stomped down and directly stepped onto the ancient golden chariot. The Golden Princess, the phoenix-eyed man, Wang Su, and the others were all under his feet. "Pooh!" Wang Su was the weakest, and he coughed up blood on the spot. Chapter 1090. A large foot descended from the sky. It could be said to be completely fearless as it covered everyone below and crushed them all. The Golden Clan's princess was standing on top of the golden ancient war chariot. As the archaic emperor's daughter, even the 6 vicious beasts that pulled the chariot were at the Tao severing level. Her status was noble, so who dared to do this to her? Everyone was stupefied. He stepped on the ancient princess and looked down on the southern region. He was truly unrestrained and looked down on everyone. He was powerful to the extreme. "Who is this?" There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shocked to the point where their pupils contracted and their mouths were wide open. They were all watching nervously. "Pooh!" After Wang Su spat out blood, his body trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his body as he flew out several dozen zhang. He couldn't endure this type of pressure at all. He was injured by Huang Shudao and the Sacred Prince and almost had his Dao source severed. He hadn't recovered even now, and now, he was intimidated by an Imperial Prince-level figure. His old injuries immediately flared up again. "Insolence!" Someone shouted loudly and quickly took action to resist Yi Fan's large foot. It was precisely the Golden Bloodline's guards who attacked horizontally. However, Yi Fan attacked powerfully, so how could he retreat halfway? His entire body overflowed with strand after strand of holy splendor. His appearance was dignified as he descended majestically. The large foot's momentum didn't change in the slightest and instead produced even more terrifying fluctuations. The Golden Fairy and Phoenix-eyed male moved to the side and chose to retreat. It was because Yi Fan's foot was stepping on them from above. His attacks were too incisive. The glorious archaic emperor's youngest daughter was the center of attention and was favored by all types of people. How could she raise her head and collide with another's foot? Meanwhile, the phoenix-eyed male also had an extraordinary status. He was noble and graceful, so there was even less of a chance that he would face a large foot head-on. He chose to evade first. The others didn't care so much. When the ancient princess moved, there were naturally guards accompanying her. Several people attacked at the same time, but they couldn't stop it at all. When this foot descended, it formed a shockwave that blasted all of them backwards. It was like muffled thunder. At the same time, the Golden Princess and Phoenix-eyed male also retreated several hundred zhang to avoid the sharp radiance. Ding! Yi Fan's foot landed on the golden war chariot, breaking it into pieces. The 6 ancient beasts roared and rushed in all directions, all of them retreating in fear. In the distance, everyone was dead silent. This person was too powerful, immediately destroying the ancient princess war chariot, shattering it with a single step. He was arrogant to the extreme, completely fearless. Almost everyone became stupefied. This was an ancient imperial goddess, and one of them was the great disciple of an outer realm sage. The one who came was absolutely unrestrained, shattering the golden war chariot with a single stomp. Metallic luster scattered in all directions. "Who is this?" someone asked softly, revealing a shocked expression, feeling that this was a bit inconceivable. In today's world, the most powerful force was none other than the ancient royal family. Now that someone dared to make a move on their goddess, it was definitely a sensational event. "Shu, lower your voice. The main character has finally appeared again. Who knows, he might be able to pierce through the sky again today." "Who are you talking about?" Many people didn't understand. I reckon quite a number of people have already guessed this person's identity. It might cause a world-shaking commotion. Could it be that he wants to kill the Golden Princess this time? If that's the case, things will get big. A few people spoke softly, not daring to speak loudly in fear of causing trouble. The Golden Clan's princess is an outstanding beauty with divine flesh and natural charm. Is he going to viciously destroy a flower? The one he wants to deal with might be the phoenix-eyed male. On this high ground, many people cast their eyes over. Their eyes flickered with light, carrying both hope and fear. In the distance, when the Black Emperor and Yi Tong saw this, they walked out from the realm gate again. However, they changed positions, flying towards the horizon to watch the battle. Yi Fan was the center of attention, and many people began to doubt his identity. The area he stood in was extremely quiet, and those who dared to discuss this all stood in the distance. "For you dare block the princess path, destroy the war chariot, and report your name." The Golden Bloodlines people shouted. Yi Fan's eyes swept over, but he didn't pay them any attention. He walked forward, closing in on the phoenix-eyed male, about to take action again. "Senior brother, capture him. He is most likely that holy physique Yi Fan." Wang Su shouted. His eyes were extremely red, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even his body was convulsing. He was extremely terrified just now. That foot stomped down, making him feel as if the end of the world had arrived. He avoided it with great difficulty, but his old injuries flared up from the shockwaves. What? This high ground immediately became noisy. Even though there were some people who were doubtful, when Wang Su said it like this, the effect was different. Is really Yi Fan? He has returned to this world after 14 years? Not long ago, he killed the heavenly prince and almost caused the ancient race to fall into internal strife. The storm engulfed the 5 regions, and even the victorious fighting Buddha left Mount Meru. Is he really a holy physique? During these days, the entire world was guessing his identity and searching for that mysterious person. Now that Yi Fan had reappeared, it naturally caused a huge commotion. That's right, it is this person who fought against the ancient princes. He broke free from the joint attack of Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin, and finally killed the heavenly prince. People didn't know if this person was the real Yi Fan, but they were sure that he was the one who took action that day, fighting against the 8 divine generals. Blood flowed like rivers in that battle. The Golden Princess's skin was snow-white and exquisite, but her expression was cold and arrogant. Her long golden hair draped over her swan-like neck. 2 beams of light shot out from her golden pupils, shining towards Yi Fan. This was like a demon mirror. As long as it was covered by the light beam, its true form would be revealed. No method could conceal it. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His hands moved, and a heaven origin pattern appeared. The world didn't know about it, but it shocked the dragon-seeking masters of the Central Plains. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This changing the power of heaven and earth with a raise of the hand. What a heaven-defying method. He can borrow the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon for his own use. This is an ancestral-level method. The heaven origin pattern spread out and emitted a divine radiance. It blocked the two golden beams of light and couldn't see through them. Moreover, Yi Fan's Dao technique was extremely invasive. It wasn't as simple as a defense. The power of the mountains and rivers moved, turning into a wave of killing intent that engulfed everything. It turned into a tsunami-like fluctuation that rushed towards the Golden Princess and the others. You dare. The group of guards were startled and angry. This person's offensive nature was too strong. Today, he attacked the Imperial Princess again. They were afraid that something would happen. Why wouldn't I dare? You've already made a move against me. Do you think I'm some clay bodhisattva? Yi Fan's divine flames overflowed into the sky. He was like a volcano as tall as the sky as it pressed over, emitting astonishing divine might. Blazing light filled the sky as he raised his hand. It was as if a deity was on a journey. He was powerful and domineering. Facing the attacks of these guards, he slashed out with his palm. The person at the very front bore the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood like a kite with its string cut. Even though he was far away, he was still heavily injured and was sent flying. Do you really have the human race's divine body? The Golden Princess asked. Her golden pupils no longer shot out beams of light. Yi Fan walked forward and said, "So what if I am, and so what if I'm not?" Everyone was shaken all around. They were incomparably moved. Could it be that he was going to go all out against the ancient princess? This was an extremely major event. It was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. Insolent! Who do you think you are to dare speak to the princess like this? A guard shouted loudly. The Golden Princess was the most beloved daughter of the ancient emperor. In the eyes of these guards, she was a peerless goddess that no one could blaspheme. They worshipped her almost blindly. Yi Fan laughed loudly as if there was no one else around him. He continued to walk forward as if he didn't care at all. Impudent! Quickly stop! The guard shouted again. Noisy! Yi Fan's fist smashed out, releasing the sound of wind and thunder. The clouds in all directions cried out in response as golden lightning tore through the sky. Those who tried to stop him were smashed into a bloody mist by his fist. Nothing was left behind. He walked powerfully as if he was going to kill anyone in his way. He was full of aggressiveness as he stared straight at the Golden Princess. You! The group of guards were both shocked and furious. They stood in front of him to protect him. The 6 ancient beasts that pulled the carriage all turned into human forms and lined up to protect him. Let me do it. The man with phoenix eyes smiled and walked out from the crowd. He wore sky-blue precious clothes. His figure was tall and slender, and his skin was fair. He was quiet and elegant. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that overflowed with immortal light when they opened and closed. This was an extraordinary half-saint. I'm taking action precisely for you, Yi Fan said. Had Yi Fan really returned? Everyone became more and more convinced that the man with phoenix eyes had injured Yi Tong. This should be the main reason why he took action. You are the human race's saint physique? The man with phoenix eyes had an indifferent expression. His name was Li Wenyan, and his identity was not small. He was the proud disciple of a terrifying ancient saint. It seems like you aren't human, Yi Fan said. He opened his heavenly eye and found that the other's body was flickering with golden light. He was just like the Golden Princess, and even his inner organs seemed to be cast from gold. However, nothing could be seen from the surface. I come from the ancient star where the golden bloodline's ancestor verified the Tao. My body has the blood of the ancient emperor and the human ancestor, Li Wenyan replied. This was the first time people heard of his background. They all revealed strange expressions. It was clear that Li Wenyan's background was great and his bloodline was extremely noble. His bearing is outstanding. Who would have thought that his background would be so extraordinary? He came from another ancient star with life, the ancestral star of the archaic imperial family. He truly is extraordinary. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The blood of the ancient emperor flowed within Li Wentian's body, and at the same time, he also had the precious blood of the human ancestor. It was just that it was unknown how many generations of descendant he was. His talent was rare. Everyone felt relieved. No wonder the saint of the Golden Clan went to welcome this master and disciple after they arrived in the eastern wasteland. It turned out that they had a great origin and close blood relationship. Senior brother, kill him. The human race's holy body is the best whetstone for you to become a saint. Wang Su shouted loudly. His eyes were completely red, and he seemed to have lost his rationality. In his opinion, Yi Fan was far more hateful than Huang Shudao and the Sacred Prince. After all, those two had personally taken action, yet this person sent a disciple to deal with him in the Divine City. In his eyes, this was a type of humiliation. Yi Fan didn't do such a thing, and he naturally wouldn't explain it to him. He swept his eyes over him and said with great disdain, "After another 3 years, you won't even be worthy of being Yi Tong's opponent." Wang Su's face was flushed red. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He shouted angrily and pointed at Yi Fan. "Get lost!" Yi Fan released a light shout and used the swastika heavenly sound. The sound waves were like heavenly swords that resonated with the cosmos. The Zoid image of a demonic god appeared behind him, and with a single roar, mountains and rivers collapsed. Wang Su screamed miserably. His entire body split apart, and a single roar injured his foundation. His body and soul were almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, Li Wenian took action. His hand formed a precious imprint and completely dissolved the pressure on his junior brother. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a skeleton. Human race's holy body, let me have a taste of it. I want to see just how outstanding you are. Li Wenian released a light roar and rushed over murderously. It really is Yi Fan. After parting for 14 years, has he really returned? Great waves surged within everyone's hearts. Guessing was one thing, but having someone confirm it was another. This news was undoubtedly shocking. Chapter 1091. It might not necessarily be Yi Fan. Perhaps someone is deliberately mystifying things and creating a false impression to confuse the people of the world. Not everyone believed that Yi Fan had returned. It was to the extent where some people believed that this person was also a disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. He was merely working together with an old friend of Yi Fan's. His identity was suspicious. Yi Fan and this super half-sage began a confrontation. Every movement they made was filled with wondrous principles. At this level, they were free and unrestrained without any fixed patterns. Li Wentian's strength was outstanding. He was a super half-sage and his cultivation had reached perfection. The various divine techniques he displayed were wondrous and untainted by the mundane world. His power was extremely great, and the results he produced were completely different from his elegant temperament. Each of his attacks caused rocks to scatter and clouds to collapse. Chi! It was just an aftershock. It seeped out from the gaps between Li Wentian's fingers and landed in the distance. With a hong sound, that place was completely submerged in brilliance. Nothing could be seen anymore. When the smoke and dust scattered, the beautiful mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. This was a great calamity. Several dozen high peaks were turned into dust, 2 great rivers were evaporated, and plants were turned into ashes. A boundless desert appeared. This scene made everyone shiver from head to toe. It was just an aftershock, yet a mountainous region was flattened. Nothing existed anymore. The battle of this level. The destructive power was too shocking. It made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. The slightest movement could easily lead to a great loss of life. Yi Fan had seen a few half-sages before. Last time, when he fought against the 8 divine generals, he alone killed several of them. However, compared to Li Wenian, he was still a bit lacking. This half-sage was indeed a formidable opponent. He was even more powerful than the half-sage Ku Si he encountered in Western Desert's Lan Tuo Temple. He was worthy of being the proud disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. When the true battle began, Li Wenian also frowned. The other party was a few small realms lower than him, yet he could fight against him. This was something he didn't even need to think about in the past. Worthy of being the place that was about to open the path to immortality. He could only think like this. The archaic emperors and great ancient emperors had all hurried to this ancient star. Their descendants and inheritances were naturally terrifying beyond compare. The two fought a great battle, divine techniques clashing, cultivation skills competing. In an instant, multicolored light danced about, colorful mists rising, turning into two lumps of light. Everyone almost couldn't see their figures clearly anymore. As time passed, Li Wen felt a sense of defeat. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he was a half-step sage. Unexpectedly, a person with a higher cultivation realm couldn't suppress someone with a lower cultivation realm. In the distance, Wang Su's face was ashen. His body was riddled with injuries, and more than 10 of his bones had been broken by Yi Fan's heavenly sound. He was both angry and shocked. His senior brother actually couldn't suppress the other party. This person is a few levels lower than senior brother and is not a saint. How can he compete with senior brother Li? The people on this ancient planet are too scary. Wang Su's expression became more and more unsightly. Li Wenyan had always been the one to cross realms and fight against other heroes. He had never met someone who could go against him like this. He finally understood how terrifying the human race's saint physique was. Li Wenyan held a bright moon saber in his hand. It was as clear as autumn water as he slashed at Yi Fan's head. A rainbow light was drawn out as if a silver moon was falling down. Ding! Yi Fan held the dark golden spear horizontally to block the bright moon saber. Then he took advantage of the momentum and slashed out. The sharp tip of the spear turned into a shooting star and pointed at Li Wentian's throat. Li Wentian retreated. His body was like a bright moon, flickering indefinitely as he avoided this attack. A black hole silently appeared in the void. It was created by the sharp tip of the spear. Awakening Dao bones, revealing my ancestral blood. Endless golden divine power, awakening bloodline. Li Wentian's voice was gloomy. His phoenix eyes were overflowing with essence as his aura became sharp. His entire body was emitting golden light from the inside out. He was like a golden man as he forcefully refined the ancient sovereign true blood sealed within his body. He was a half-sage. He used a secret technique to activate his potential and opened up the treasures of his body. In this short instant, his physique reached the peak it had ever reached in history. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted. In a split second, the mountains and valleys began to tremble. All creatures were shaken and felt endless fear. Li Wentian's ancestral atavism had used a harsh secret technique to transform into the ancient sovereign bloodline. He was simply transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. His entire body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely dazzling. Even his hair was golden. Hand over your life. He wielded the bright moon saber and slashed out a several thousand zhang long blade radiance. Everywhere it passed, the mountains and rivers turned into fine powder. He was like a god of war that had descended into this world. Just now, he didn't dare to clash head-on against Yi Fan's physical body. He could only attack with divine techniques and engage in guerrilla warfare. But now, he had suddenly reached a domineering level that left everyone horrified. Is this a preview of the ancient sovereign prince reaching the half-sage realm? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This enemy was much more terrifying than before. His entire body was emitting astonishing blood energy. Golden radiance rushed out from the top of his head and rang with metallic sounds. He towered between heaven and earth, overlooking the world. Dang! Yi Fan clashed head-on with the dark golden spear in his hand. Sounds continuously rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Strands of Dao marks appeared one after another. This was a true battle of life and death. The battle between the two erupted. Every single spark that landed on the ground could turn more than 10 great mountains into scorched earth, no longer existing. The destructive power was astonishing. Dang! A loud sound rang out as immortal light scattered down. A 9-layered divine pagoda appeared and suspended above Li Wentian's head. There were actually strands of primal chaos curling about it. This was a powerful weapon that could be used both offensively and defensively. The divine splendor that descended protected his body and weakened Yi Fan's attacks by quite a bit. At the same time, each level of the 9-layered divine pagoda would shoot out an expanse of primal chaos sword energy from time to time. Its destructive power was astonishing. Together with the bright moon saber's attacks, it made Li Wenyan even more terrifying. Senior brother is going all out. He rarely ancestral atavism and uses the ancient sovereign true blood to fight. As a half-sage, his offensive power has increased greatly. Human race holy physique, you're dead for sure. Wang Su said through clenched teeth. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they watched quietly from afar. They didn't know what the result of this battle would be. Instant ancestral atavism, such a method had never been heard of before. Yi Fan had indeed fallen into a bitter battle. This half-sage was far stronger than before. The power of his bloodline was astonishing. Every time he used it, it would be earth-shattering. The golden blood energy was like an ocean, making even Yi Fan feel pressured. As for the others, they were suffocating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. All of their faces were pale. All kinds of birds and beasts in the desolate land were crouching on the ground, trembling in fear as they faced this direction. Swish! Yi Fan relied on the extreme speed of the Xing formula to turn into a beam of light. The dark golden spear in his hand shot out tens of thousands of streaks of light, all of them aimed at Li Wenyan's vitals. Is it really the human race holy physique? Why don't I see him using the myriad chi cauldron? The spectators were suspicious. Could it be that he still has energy left and doesn't need to use the cauldron to defend? Some people were shaken. Dang, ding. Yi Fan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and seemed to have imprinted itself in the void. He used the dark golden spear as a long blade and slashed out thousands of times. All of them landed on Li Wenyan's back, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Li Wenyan's cultivation was profound. With his back facing Yi Fan, he carried the bright moon blade behind his back to block the attacks. At the same time, the divine pagoda above his head descended with holy splendor to dissolve the attacks. After tens of thousands of clashes, the golden radiance around Li Wenyan's body became even more brilliant. He grasped the initiative and launched a powerful attack. The bright moon blade was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. The blade radiance poured down in torrents. It's the aura of our race's ancient emperor. Even the people of the golden race were shocked. The golden princess paid close attention. This blood energy was even denser and purer than that of her race. Li Wenyan became more and more powerful in the fierce clash. He had the spirit to break the heavens and entered an unrivaled realm. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Golden radiance surged, and he was invincible. Yi Fan let out a long roar. The unrivaled fist intent of the transcending 6 paths of reincarnation fist tore the space in front of him apart. No matter how powerful Li Wenyan was, he had to retreat. All types of sounds rang out at the same time. An indistinct scene appeared and interweaved together, forming a terrifying combination. It immediately froze Li Wenyan in place. The divine body phenomenon temporarily merged into one. Its power was extraordinary and incomparably powerful. It was as if it had been frozen for eternity. It could attack the future and the past. Li Wenyan suffered a strike from the phenomenon. His entire body flew out and blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured. At this moment, his spirit was dispirited. The golden holy light on his body receded like a tide. He seemed incomparably exhausted. How could it be like this? Senior brother should be able to last for at least 2 hours after returning to his ancestral state. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour today. Wang Su was horrified. His scalp went numb. The bloodline returning to its ancestral state would make one's physique extremely terrifying. However, there were powerful repercussions. Once one withdrew from this realm, one's body would become extremely weak. Li Wenyan was struck by Yi Fan's phenomenon and forcefully withdrew from his ancestral state. This was undoubtedly a disaster. Not only did his powerful physique disappear, even his cultivation and magical power weakened by a large amount. Bullying the weak and injuring my disciple, you will be punished, Yi Fan said in a low voice. However, Li Wenyin was so close, so he naturally heard it clearly. His entire body felt cold. The power of his bloodline disappeared, and the golden light was restrained. He quickly retreated. This was his weakest period. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased closely. Stop him and save Li Wenyin, said the Golden Princess. 2 half-saints appeared. They led 8 or 9 guards and rushed over to stop Yi Fan. They wanted to save Li Wenyin. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll make them bleed for 5 steps, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely cold. He formed hand seals and chased after Li Wenyin. Li Wenyin did his best to resist, but his body was weak. How could he block the exuberant blood energy of the human race's divine body? His body was shaken until cracks appeared. Boom! He opened his mouth and roared. The divine pagoda above his head flew out. It was as tall as the sky and descended, surrounding Yi Fan within. This was a half-saint's weapon made from everlasting silver essence. In the near future, it would definitely become a divine weapon that was rarely seen in this world. Even saints would be jealous of it. The divine pagoda enlarged and devoured the heaven and earth. It sucked Yi Fan inside, and it was like an archaic giant beast. Its stomach became a world of its own. What a terrifying weapon. It actually suppressed him. If we all take action at the same time, we'll most likely turn him into a pool of blood, said a half-saint from the Gold Clan. The others were moved. They took action together and released Dao Light. They truly wanted to refine this pagoda and melt away Yi Fan. Gotcha. However, as soon as they took action, this 9-layered divine pagoda released cracking sounds. Fine cracks appeared one after another. In the next quarter of an hour, the entire divine pagoda exploded. A wave of vitality as exuberant as an ocean rushed out. Even though the divine body's blood energy didn't overflow, this type of aura still shocked everyone. Yi Fan's black hair danced about. His gaze was like a blade. He used a 6-path reincarnation fist to directly break apart the divine pagoda and rush out. It couldn't be stopped for even a moment. This is a divine material, everlasting silver essence. Even saints find it difficult to find it. Actually broke it barehandedly. Everyone was petrified. If he becomes a half-saint, he will most likely be able to receive a divine weapon barehandedly. He definitely has a divine body. Boom! Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. The unmatched fist intent that transcended the 6 paths erupted. The entire heaven and earth were destroyed. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be swaying. It possessed an aura that could obliterate the world. One of the half-saints bore the brunt of the attack and received Yi Fan's most powerful attack. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even though he tried his best to evade, half of his body immediately turned into a bloody mist. He flew out horizontally and blood splashed hundreds of meters. He wasn't Li Wenyin. Even though they were both half-saints, there was still a huge gap between them. They couldn't be compared. Yi Fan turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. He casually pressed down and 2 more guards' chests caved in. They then turned into a rain of blood and perished on the spot. At the same time, Yi Fan followed up with another attack. That half-saint who was sent flying was completely turned into a pile of meat paste. His divine soul was also extinguished. Even though Li Wenyin retreated very quickly and continuously resisted, he still couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack. He was suppressed by a heaven-overturning seal and was caught by Yi Fan. Chapter 1092. Yi Fan's right hand turned into a sky-turning imprint. Golden runes were carved on it, strand by strand. With just one strike, Li Wenyin was sent flying, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. As if he was carrying a dead duck, Yi Fan restrained him and held him upside down by his sky-blue treasured clothes. The Gold Clan's guards who were rushing over were terrified. All of this was too much. From the moment Yi Fan broke the divine pagoda to killing the half-saint and capturing Li Wenyin, all of this happened in an instant. Yi Fan attacked ruthlessly. Golden runes flickered on his palm like a golden millstone as it swept over. The bones of the two guards were broken as blood splashed high into the air. "Stop!" The gold princess lightly shouted. Yi Fan ignored her. Just now, when he was sucked into the half-saint pagoda made of silver essence, these people wanted to refine him into a pool of blood. How could he stop now? He carried Li Wenyan upside down and gripped his ankles, using him as a human-shaped weapon as he charged forward. Everyone was a bit startled. Yi Fan was using a half-saint against the enemy. This was a bit too ferocious, leaving many people dumbstruck. But he held the human-shaped weapon in his hand and whipped a gold clan guard's body. Blood splashed everywhere as a corpse flew out. The primordial spirit's flame was extinguished. Li Wenyan could no longer remain calm and could no longer maintain his elegant temperament. His expression was unsightly and his lips were trembling from anger. This was the first time in his life that he was treated like this. He had rarely been defeated in his life and was a peak-level half-saint. Now, he was suppressed by someone of a lower realm and used as a weapon like the bronze spear. This was a great humiliation. The space between Yi Fan's brows flickered and a beam of light that looked like a vertical eye appeared. It was an inch-long Dao sword. With a zheng-zheng sound, it shot out strands of sword chi that cut down 3 guards. Blood splashed everywhere. He carried Li Wenyan and went straight for the gold princess. These guards couldn't stop him, but if they did, their corpses would inevitably fall under his feet. He's going for the golden princess. How daring! He just killed the heavenly prince, and now he's going to fight against the ancient princess of another bloodline? He's going straight for the golden clan's holy daughter. In the wilderness, everyone was discussing quietly, all of their expressions changing. This expert who was believed to be Yi Fan really was daring to the heavens, completely unrestrained. Enough. The golden princess coldly reprimanded. Her expression was cold and arrogant. 2 resplendent beams of light shot out from her golden pupils towards Yi Fan. It was as if the sun and moon were revolving. The sky rumbled and the Tao was boundless. Yi Fan was fearless. He flicked his finger and said, "If you say it's enough, then it's enough. Didn't you help Li Wenyan deal with me just now?" Golden sword waves surged out from the tip of his finger. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a great lake in the immortal realm. Golden ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. This was undoubtedly fatal. Pooh! Pew! The 7 or 8 golden guards surrounding him were swept away by the golden ripples. All of them exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have the chance to let out a groan. The wilderness was completely silent. No one dared to even breathe loudly. This person who was suspected to be Yi Fan made them feel like they were suffocating. He was powerful and sharp, and his methods were heaven-defying. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? In the present age, there was practically no one who could stop him. First, he killed the heavenly prince, then he fought against the golden princess. He had completely gone against the ancient prince. Now, even if Yi Fan didn't admit it or say anything, almost everyone guessed that the divine physique had returned. You have already offended over 100 races, and you still want to become enemies with my golden clan? The golden princess's golden pupils met with the sword waves. It was as though fireworks were blossoming between the two. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Since you guys are targeting me, I can only wield my blade against you. Yi Fan attacked as soon as he arrived. He lifted Li Wenyan with one hand and formed a seal with the other. A black mountain flew out and collided with the golden princess. I'm not targeting you. I'm just helping Li Wenyan along the way. I used the golden eyes to help him find a few people. However, since you think so, there's nothing else to say. The golden princess was quite unyielding and didn't bother to explain. Her golden hair was sparkling as she used the ancient emperor technique right away. Her snow-white jade-like fingers were as firm as a holy weapon. They disintegrated the black mountain and flew toward the space between Yi Fan's eyebrows. Clang! It was as though divine metals had collided. Yi Fan used his hand to block her attack. After that, the two of them exchanged over 1,000 blows in the blink of an eye. Their figures flew back and forth at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes. No one could keep up with their speed. During this process, Yi Fan treated Li Wenyan as a bronze lance. He clenched his fist with one hand and held a humanoid weapon in the other as he fought against the Golden Princess. Li Wenyan was in the middle and felt extremely stifled. Not long ago, he was a proud and respected person. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by people. Now, he had become a prisoner and a weapon in someone else's hands. In the distance, Wang Su's expression was ashen. He was both shocked and furious. He turned around and wanted to find his master. Boom! Suddenly, a huge green dragon flew over and wrapped around his waist. It carried him into the battlefield. This was the true dragon seal Yi Fan had used. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Yi Fan grabbed him and brought him over. He held one in each hand and used the humanoid weapon to attack the Golden Princess. The two of them turned into lightning and continuously clashed. The daughter of the archaic emperor possessed boundless potential and was terrifyingly powerful. Her golden blood flowed and her entire body was emitting immortal light. Each of her attacks was world-shaking. Although she was a woman, her methods were heaven-defying and her wondrous techniques were astonishing. Her golden technique was unparalleled in this world and almost turned Yi Fan into metal several times. Hong Long. The blood within the daughter of the archaic emperor was like a tsunami, causing many spectators to tremble in fear. They quickly retreated. Each drop of blood contained the power of the archaic emperor. In the current world, who would dare to fight against a divine physique? Only imperial princes would dare to do so. Although the Golden Princess looked graceful and beautiful, she was like a reincarnated goddess of war when she fought. Her golden hair would tear apart the void every time it moved. It was as if the most brilliant sunlight was pulsating, and each of her attacks could tear apart the heaven and earth. The two fought fiercely from the great wastelands back to the great tomb, and then from the great tomb to the mountains and ravines. They fought until the heaven and earth lost their colors and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The Golden Princess was astonished. She had always been conceited. During the archaic era, she was unrivaled in her generation. No one could last more than 10 moves against her. She looked down on the archaic era and was known as the most stunning woman. But now, she encountered such a great enemy. The more they fought, the more valiant he became. It was as if there was a dormant divine radiance within his body that burned her golden eyes until they were in waves of pain. This was something that had never happened before. That's right. No wonder Father said that if I were to be reborn in this era, I would definitely meet an enemy and most likely wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens. She recalled the words of the Golden Emperor. This was a great era, and she wouldn't be the only one to be reborn. There would definitely be other ancient princes waiting for the path to immortality to open. No one dared to say that they were unrivaled. And now, a few ancient princes and even the heirs of the archaic emperors had appeared. In the past, they were all peerless geniuses who could sweep through their peers in their respective eras. Now that they had met, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang! After the 1,700 moves, the Golden Princess's golden pupils suddenly blazed with radiance. Her snow-white, jade-like appearance suddenly surged with killing intent as her slender jade-like hands slapped over. As per usual, Yi Fan used a pair of human-shaped weapons to block. The Golden Princess frowned slightly and changed her technique. She pressed down across the air and her slender hands streaked across the void, aiming for Yi Fan's throat and wanted to take his head. Yi Fan's feet used the travel symbol to retreat. Suddenly, the Golden Princess put her hands together and made a strange posture. Her hands were like crystal bottles, and with an explosive honglong sound, heaven and earth exploded. An expanse of golden immortal light flew out from the crystal bottle. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it was extremely fast. She didn't care about the lives of Li Wenyan and his brothers as she enveloped them within. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was definitely the ancient emperor's forbidden secret technique. It was even more terrifying than the primitive emperor's Dao sword and a bit stronger than the heavenly prince's divine spirit art. This woman wasn't easy to provoke. Golden immortal light. This was a secret technique comprehended by the archaic emperor before he passed away. It surpassed the methods of the mortal world, and if it was used by the archaic emperors, strands of immortal force would definitely appear. Yi Fan's expression changed as he sensed danger. Even though the opponent in front of him was a woman, she was even more powerful than the heavenly prince. Li Wenyin and Wang Su both exploded. They didn't even have time to release a miserable cry before their bodies and souls were completely wiped out. The Golden Princess's attacks were decisive and forceful. She passed through the bloody mist and slaughtered her way over. The crystal bottle was held in her hands and surged with golden immortal light. Its destructive power was world-shocking. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over Yi Fan's body. He knew that the other party wouldn't care about Wang Su's life and death, but he never thought that she would even kill Li Wenyin just to heavily injure him. This woman was ruthless enough. Li Wenyin was the pride of the Outer Realm Saint's disciple, yet she killed him just like that. It was all for the sake of injuring him and finding an opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan raised his fists to face the attack. Starting from his fingertips, golden radiance flourished and quickly extended to his arms. It became a golden color and his blood energy surged. It really is a divine body, golden fingers and blood energy. Someone cried out in alarm, but he quickly shut his mouth. His face was full of shock and he couldn't help but tremble. It was because a wave of golden light spread in all directions like an ocean. It was as if a golden forbidden divine sea was rising and falling as it wreaked havoc in the vast sky. Golden immortal light. In reality, everyone already realized that Yi Fan's fists and arms turned golden after being illuminated by this light. He might have encountered a mishap. The Golden Princess had never been defeated her entire life. She looked down on the archaic times and looked down on all under the heavens. She was known as the imperial family's fairy. She had already revived more than 10 years ago, but she had never appeared in the world. Her father turned the path he took into the 10 extreme imperial formation and left it for her. Only recently did she walk out. This alone was enough to prove that her cultivation wasn't below that of golden emperors of the same age. The golden ancient emperor had placed great hopes on her, viewing her as an extension of his life. He wanted her to enter the immortal domain in his place. Apart from the 10 extreme imperial formation, he also refined a Tao corroboration diagram. It condensed the most dangerous tribulations the legendary ancient emperors experienced into it and left it for his own daughter to face. All these years, the Golden Princess had always been fighting. She had broken through the trials of life and death when the ancient emperors were young. She alone had witnessed the supreme immortal path of several ancient emperors. Although she wasn't mainly targeting Yi Fan, it wasn't as if she didn't have plans to suppress him. The Golden King was defeated by the victorious Fighting Buddha and used his divine marrow to redeem his life. This made this ancient princess feel suffocated. Since the victorious Fighting Buddha had said that he wouldn't interfere in the battles of the same generation, even if she killed the sacred prince and Yi Fan, no one could say anything. The golden light was indeed terrifying. Yi Fan's arms were about to solidify and turn into cold gold. They were on the verge of shattering. Revive! At this moment of life and death, he let out a shout. The golden blood energy in his body completely revived. It rushed out from every pore of his body and illuminated the entire sky. Boom! His arms instantly returned to normal. His fists were still golden, but they were full of vitality. He punched the crystal celestial bottle with one fist and the Golden Princess immortal platform with the other. Chapter 1093. Yi Fan had an unrivaled fist intent in his heart. This didn't mean that his technique was number one since the ancient times, let alone surpassing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It should be said that he had completely comprehended this technique and was no longer constrained by the original fist intent. He had officially stepped onto his own path and transcended. For example, even though the heavenly prince had grasped the number 1 divine scripture, he still couldn't be unrivaled in the end. It could only be said that he was walking on the path of those before him and was unable to transcend. Every single ancient great emperor had created their own Tao. They might not necessarily be number 1 since the ancient times, but they were the most suitable for themselves. That was why they could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and remain unrivaled for their entire lives. There was no number 1 immortal scripture, only unrivaled people. They would find a suitable path for themselves and forge ahead courageously. Only then would they be unrivaled. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't have any complicated transformations. He only had a pair of fists, and each strike contained the rotation of the sun and moon. The endless rivers of stars flowed around him, and no matter how brilliant the golden immortal light was, it couldn't shine through. The two fought intensely. The golden immortal light poured over several times, but it was scattered by Yi Fan and flowed back. Cracks appeared on that crystal bottle, and a shattering sound rang out amidst the sparkling brilliance. In the end, it exploded with a prung sound, and the fragments flew in all directions. This was a type of Tao collapse, the embodiment of a forbidden secret technique being disintegrated. There wasn't a true immortal bottle, and everything was evolved from a divine technique. The battle between the two was incomparably intense. The Golden Princess was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to topple a country, but she wasn't weak at all. She intimidated everyone with a single battle. Large amounts of golden light swept out, submerging the entire arcade. It was as if a divine sea had descended into the world, and golden multicolored light shone brilliantly. It really is Yi Fan. Even the crown of his head is surging with heaven-piercing divine radiance, and every pore on his body is taking in and sending out holy splendor. If it isn't him, then who could it be? This has really been proven. The group of people were all paying close attention. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. The entire world had been discussing this for so many days, and today, the mystery was finally revealed. It was Yi Fan who killed the Heavenly Prince. All of this was reasonable, and only he had such battle prowess. Otherwise, it would be a little hard to accept the fact that such an expert had appeared out of nowhere. Even the ancient race could only sigh in admiration. The human race's sacred body was too powerful. A magnificent ancient prince was brought away by him in the end and killed in a single battle. His death was extremely undignified. Yi Fan's return was like a storm sweeping through this highland, causing a huge uproar and causing a commotion among the people. Master, is he going to leave again? In the distant sky, Yi Tong was doubtful. The battle between the two of them was a marvelous sight. The Golden Princess body was overflowing with golden light, and she looked like a goddess of war. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. She opened up a resplendent divine domain, and she looked like a deity. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's pair of golden fists were unrivaled. Each of his fists smashed into the domain. Around him, the endless starry river shone resplendently. Silver streams curled up one after another, ancient stars revolving around him. It was as if he was standing in the cosmos. The Golden Princess was stronger than the Heavenly Prince. This was the common understanding of everyone. At this point in the battle, it was not only a contest of divine techniques, but also one's spirit and willpower. Although she was a woman, she had an invincible heart. In terms of true battle prowess, who among the heavenly princes would be weaker? However, this kind of confidence and style were all different. The heavenly prince's talents could be considered top-notch and could almost be considered the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. He had the world's #1 constitution, but he had been sheltered since childhood and grew up in a greenhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying, but he lacked a certain fighting spirit. He would worry about personal gains and losses during the battle, and he didn't have that kind of courage to press forward courageously in the face of death. As a result, he was defeated. In essence, he was like a tender flower that grew in fertile soil and had never experienced the baptism of wind and rain. Meanwhile, the Golden Princess was completely different. She was extremely confident and even a bit conceited. When the battle reached its climax, her pair of golden eyes were burning. A woman fighting crazily was actually so domineering. Many spectators felt a wave of guilt. Even if they all went up together, they might still be slapped into mush. The Golden Princess actually clashed with Yi Fan's fists. The sound was ear-splitting. They were both golden fists and fingers. It was as if divine gold had collided. Blazing patterns interweaved and tore apart the sky. That is, the golden divine wheel. Following a cry of alarm from an ancient race expert, a divine ring flew out from the golden princess' left eye. It was emitting intense golden light as if it was burning as it flew towards Yi Fan. This was a secret technique created by an ancient emperor. It was activated through the eye, and it was known to be able to lock down all enemies in this world. If someone of the same cultivation realm was restricted, it would be difficult for them to escape for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan brandished his fist. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. The little golden figure sitting in his forehead released a long hiss. It stood up from the Immortal platform and circulated the army formula. He didn't obtain the secret technique of a great emperor because he didn't have a complete ancient scripture. However, he obtained a few of the 9 secret techniques, allowing him to fight against any inheritors. He treated this divine will like a weapon. He controlled it to turn around and smash it towards the space between the golden princess' brows. He wanted to break it apart. However, this wasn't a true weapon after all, so it was difficult to completely control it. The divine ring released kinchiang sounds as it burned even more intensely. Clang! Sword chi rushed to the heavens. An inch-long golden sword flew out from the golden princess' right eye. Its brilliance illuminated the sky as it slashed over with a terrifying momentum. Once this sword was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their luster, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the primal chaos became hazy. The attack power was exceptionally sharp as it slashed through the sky. The inch-long golden sword worked together with the divine ring. The two of them combined into one, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Yi Fan channeled the army incantation and the battle saint technique at the same time to fight against this woman. With a loud explosion, 9 true dragons appeared, pulling a bronze coffin. It gave off a great aura that could suppress everything in the world. This is the 9 black dragons and the ancient bronze coffin that appeared in the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan once left with them and crossed the starry sky. Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, seeing him use this secret technique, they all revealed strange expressions and paid close attention. Boom! The 9 true dragons soared up. This was the embodiment of Yi Fan's great offensive technique. It was swift and powerful, and the 9 dragons swung their tails as they charged forward. They tore apart heaven and earth, shattering the divine wheel and the Tao sword together. The golden princess's hair danced in the wind. Lightning shot out from her golden eyes as she received the attack with her bare hands. "I'll gift you a coffin," Yi Fan shouted. The ancient bronze coffin opened and sucked the golden princess inside. These were all evolved from the secret technique, but there was no difference from the real thing. If one was really sucked in, they would definitely be ground into a pile of mud and suffer a fate worse than death. The golden princess let out a light shout as her golden fist landed on the ancient coffin. The sound pierced through metal and cracked stone. Many people screamed miserably and covered their ears. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body was overflowing with blood energy. At this moment he didn't hide it at all. The charm of his saint physique was fully displayed. He had a superb physique, and golden holy splendor filled the air. He used his fist to attack the golden princess's immortal platform, wanting to capture her primordial spirit. This kind of unrivaled fist intent emphasized on being invincible. If he advanced, he would live. If he retreated, he would die. However, the golden princess fought crazily. Her entire body was covered in a layer of golden feathers. She didn't retreat at all and forcefully faced his 6-fist intense. After thousands of exchanges, the two of them fought intensely. The web between the golden princess' thumb and forefinger split open, and traces of blood appeared. In the end, it wasn't as tyrannical as Yi Fan's fist intent. But even so, she didn't retreat. Her eyes released cold lightning, and her style was peerless. With a clear roar, the mountains and rivers of the great desolate all collapsed. Rubble pierced through the clouds. She used all kinds of divine techniques to coordinate with her close combat. She turned into a ball of golden light, and the battle became even more intense, approaching its climax. The golden princess was not only confident, but also resentful. Last time, the great defeat of the Golden King was a humiliation to their royal clan. They had to give up their priceless divine quintessence to redeem their lives. As the most doted daughter of the ancient emperor, it was hard for her to accept this reality after being revived in this world. When had the Golden Clan ever compromised like this? This resentment could only be vented by sweeping away the sacred prince or suppressing the human race's saint physique. The Golden Princess is really so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. The people didn't know what to say. Yi Fan's fame spread throughout the world. This Golden Princess actually dared to fight him head-on and fight him head-on. This caused a chill to run down the spines of the people. Die! The Golden Princess lightly shouted. Her golden pupils became even more demonic. She propped up the golden divine wheel and combined it with her domain, enveloping Yi Fan. Yi Fan was fearless. A golden Taiji circle appeared and fused with the Golden Princess. The two domains merged into one, and they stood in the middle, fighting to the death. After the battle reached 2,500 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them used all kinds of brilliant secret techniques. When their blood boiled, they actually tangled together. The Golden Princess twisted one of Yi Fan's arms. Traces of Tao appeared and immortal light filled the air. She was actually going to break it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also did the same. He grabbed one of her wrists and didn't let her have her way. A large golden hand stretched out, and his entire body almost pressed down on her. They emitted blazing light. Golden blood energy flooded this place. Yi Fan pressed down on her as they crashed from the sky to the earth. Boom! A mountain tens of thousands of meters tall was broken by the two of them on the spot. Smoke and dust rose, forming a large lead cloud that covered the sky. Fortunately, they had left the Great Tomb and entered the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if they crashed down like this? Boom! They fought in close combat and continuously broke through 61 mountain peaks. Anything that came into contact with the golden light they emitted would collapse the mountains and sink the earth. Great lakes would evaporate and everything would turn into dust. Ah! The Golden Heavenly Princess cried out loudly. Fighting to this extent was a type of humiliation for her. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? Their bodies were almost touching each other, yet she still couldn't suppress the other party. During the archaic years, she was a heaven-warping beauty. Even the most powerful of her peers couldn't take more than 9 moves from her. Her beauty shocked the world and she was known as an unmatched goddess. Now, she was actually fighting to this extent. She was being suppressed by a man, fighting from the sky to the ground. It was truly ambiguous. Waves of scorching heat were transmitted from that robust and powerful body. It was extremely difficult for her to endure. In close combat, entanglement and contact were unavoidable. There were even a few times when the two's legs intertwined with each other. Their bodies were pressed together, their postures charming and gentle. However, a battle was a battle after all. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. Even if they were stuck together, there would still be traces of the great Tao appearing. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard. If it was an ordinary person, when these traces appeared, they would have been blasted into pieces with a single strike. The Golden Heavenly Princess' hair was like streaks of brilliant golden multicolored light. Her skin was snow-white and supple. She was absolutely breathtaking. In this type of great battle, they continuously fought hand to hand. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She was already at a disadvantage, so she naturally couldn't endure it any longer. Yi Fan's attacks were extremely ruthless. He struck from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the clouds. When he saw that she was uneasy, his attacks became even more vicious. His palm descended. Even though the Golden Heavenly Princess was wearing golden silk divine clothes, she still couldn't endure the power. She turned into a rain of light. The upper half of the feather clothes scattered, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Ah, she was exceptionally graceful. A flush appeared on her snow-white and tender face. She was so angry that she was trembling. She became even more passive. Yi Fan didn't seem to care. He pressed down on her again, fighting from the clouds to the ground.